2 more days only.
Why?
Close on it. Close down.
No, it has stream now, yeah.
Oh, so the next link there for.
Alright.
Alright,
Fix that camera there quick. No, leave it the stream on one.
Alright.
What did it take off that thing off of the camera, the box?
What is?
The box, the viewfinder thing.
Which viewfinder thing?
This box. We'll do it fast though.
You know, I'm always
Leave
shooting.
that.
I'm always shooting this. I don't think I'm off next week.
Took it off.
I'm always shooting it.
I think you took it off.
Okay. So rename that on the camera again.
So you don't know what's happening here. Why this is doing this? Is it obviously made a secondary screen? Close this. Do that. Do this I can do. And here let's go through the slides.
No, you gotta close that one sleep.
Yeah.
No, close that.
Right, so this is the best we can do it. Trying to view
You know, I have Microsoft 2010.
it's not changing anything right now. We don't know what time it is nothing. Alright, this is all to keep this as. Oh, I think there's something we can do. How did you resize this window?
This?
Yeah, this is what we want to do.
Oh. Oh, and then put the. You know that.
That's the one we get fixed. We just want to get this thing started.
Alright.
Alright, let's do that. I can be here in the little corner. Okay, that is that.
I think it's still streaming.
That's good. I don't send nobody the link yet. Alright, so
Check on YouTube though.
the stuff out here I trying to do. Yeah, it is there. So this is this, right?
What I never have a mask. Even they use this mask thing. Anyways, no, not fun.
Alright. Is there audio? Mic check 1, 2. Are you sure there's audio? You never had audio source, okay. Oh shit.
Audio, input. And then mic. Here's mic. Boost now. How's the icon?
Mic check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2.
Yeah, but here too. Yeah, move from. Am I here? Over here? Let's see if I can hear.
Oh, we have headphones.
Oh, hold on, no. What's there? That should be here in the plug.
Yeah, because you have it
Check.
It's still stream lagging out you go.
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
Yeah?
Why
I
is
don't know if get back to that point there.
Why is that so?
Probably some settings. What was the display resolution you set for the screen?
Before.
Alright, we'll just have to work with it because I can't do all that time change. check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
Remember, is that you're using as a
Mic check.
Hold on, go in settings and check for the audio in that.
I hear something.
Mic check.
Did hear it, but
What is it? I can send this.
So more resizing still.
Don't tell anything I have. Just go to the PowerPoint thing, make sure you still have control over the slides.
Where else can you see that? So I'm supposed to put so.
This, yeah, good. Go up to OBS and kill and hide the thing a little bit. Hide the camera a little bit. Just press the eye icon.
Which one is it?
Windows capture. That's cool. We're sending out this link now.
you want to sponsor?
Alright, so let's send out this thing. This is far behind.
So where the people are supposed to be?
I'm not quite sure.
Oh, who's directing it? I see.
Yeah.
Okay, we already have paid for their live sponsor.
So, yes, I'm not quite sure. So I mean, no need to send it in.
Well, because I thought you said you were standing still. As in,
I understand. You understand.
no, you.
Yeah. I understand.
And how much should I say? Was it fully charged yet? Or not?
Mic check 1 2.
Yeah, I've been way behind.
Couple of seconds, sorry. It's too high. That's okay.
You sure, Steve?
And when they know we want to read it now.
Alright.
I'm gonna send out the link now, so the mic will start picking up. Mask.
If people hear coughing, they know.
Echo box. Rolling.
So wait, if I'm controlling it, right? I have to be in PowerPoint itself.
Turn off the mic because you have been PowerPoint itself. Remember how you send out the link now? And it will be picking up over the mic. Just turn off the mic a little bit. You know how to do that, right? Same thing as the visibility. So, you look like you turn it off.
Mm-hmm. Turn off the mic, like you say.
Okay.
How God was spread in the tongue, correct?
Yeah. I say, hold on, on the car key, I expect my customer.
Yeah, yeah. Praise God.
That's still muted, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great.
Yeah, only the mic picking up.
Only the mic picking up.
Like,
I'm not the live stream.
Did you turn off the mic?
I think once the mic plugged in, it will automatically pick it up. Was there somebody in the speaker?
Okay. Greetings. How you
Okay.
doing? Afternoon. For the training, right?
Yeah.
Good. We're starting shortly. Right? What's your name? What's your name?
James Kelly.
James Kelly. Okay, cool, cool. Yeah. I'm just waiting on a couple of persons to join.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
Oh, so you're saying it out everything?
Then,
I think once the mic plugged in.
time.
Yeah.
But I think you'll benefit from the live interaction. We try to keep the numbers very low for like we have quite a number of persons joining us online.
Yeah.
So keep in mind. So how we're going to do it in two parts. We're doing the first section, business process design, and good for any online business, and then we get specific to selling on mega store. So and there will be a Q&A in between both sessions. Anybody here sell online at the moment? No? Not yet? Okay, so just starting
It's
out.
still online, on and off, not really. Normally, before COVID,
Yeah.
used to like buy things from China
Right.
and ship from like my cousin who was in
Yours?
Florida side, so
Yeah.
kind of have an idea.
Nice.
I just wanted to try it in Jamaica, but I didn't sure.
Oh, you sold from Florida to in the US. Okay.
Only the US I said so.
Okay, got you. Jamaica, you do any form of advertising or you just rely on organic?
Yeah. I use like Amazon and eBay.
Right. So whenever
Yeah, so
someone
we never actually make ads and do them something.
Oh, okay, okay.
So
Alright.
always interested in it.
Okay. Yeah man, and you have in sales so far, right?
Yeah, still on sales. But does the supply kinda
Still
not
limited.
that, yeah.
Okay.
You never really get it on time, I think.
Yeah, I mean it's really tricky from China now.
Yeah.
It's best to just buy from a supplier in the US. If we especially selling out here. Yeah. We're gonna go through it. The pandemic changed the market a little bit, but not for the worse because I think what it forces us to do is get very efficient with our marketing and our business operation, which is good because what that means is that after this passes, these are the businesses that will not only survive but thrive. The businesses that
Yeah,
I
man.
yeah.
I really see that.
Yeah.
So really has that the future for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that? You can't go on? Okay, that's okay. The log, right? That's not. Alright. Yeah, we should be able to get started shortly. I just want to ensure that we have everybody on board. Yeah, you'll find Jamaica to be a very interesting market just because of the amount of how little the competition is.
Yeah, I always know my main problem was just shipping delivery thing, you know, because
Oh yeah?
I already have access to a lot of things
A lot of products.
that I would test the market to see if it would do good out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. These are the trends that I see overseas. I can basically try them out here on a small scale and then
Grow it as you see it. Nice.
uh,
It's good that you have a background in it as well because then it will be easier to connect the dots as well. I started selling in North America too.
yeah.
And then when I moved to selling in Jamaica and realized wait, there were far better margins because the competition was less and far greater demand with far less ad spend. Like wow. Yeah.
Yeah, to me, it should do that way, but I've never done what you have done to like try it.
Try both
I've
markets.
never taken the action to try it out there.
Yeah.
So, when I saw this, I said, well, probably that this is a chance.
Yeah.
So what you're saying, the ad spend is cheaper in Jamaica
Definitely.
versus like US also.
Definitely because ad spend is like bidding.
I expect that, yeah.
So the
You're
more
talking like Facebook, right?
yeah, almost any platform.
Okay.
You find that the more persons who want to reach a certain audience, it's like auction, right? The price go up. A lot of persons aren't targeting a lot of persons in Jamaica online,
Okay.
which
Come on.
yeah. So
Then
that
we figure out that, but we just don't know how
How
to
to do it.
supply the people them now.
yeah,
You remember do an act to Jamaica?
yeah.
Really? What
No,
kind of
we need some
things?
Facebook,
I would have called it unreliable delivery system on Jamaica.
Right.
That's why we just say, that's what.
Yeah.
I get it.
And what we still have to realize that Jamaica is a market where people are still a bit afraid of shopping online. That doesn't mean they are afraid of discovering products online. They're just afraid of doing the transaction online. So if you have a physical location where persons can come and buy products, they have no problem. You know?
Generally, I see a lot of people experimenting with delivery, as in requesting to have their things delivered.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that that is growing at the moment.
Trend. Yeah.
And delivery company is good to try out now in Jamaica. Small scale.
Yeah.
Like the bikes and so that they stay all over the place.
Right.
Big opportunity to use them. Everybody benefit.
Logistics is extremely difficult, navigating logistics
Yeah.
here. But it's not impossible. You know, you just have to know how to navigate it. And there's always Zipmail and Nutspell Express, right? You know, so at the very least. So island-wide sales is no problem. Alright, so it's going to be pretty interactive. I am going to cover the basics. We won't be able to get into the details of every section just because of the amount of things to cover. But what we hope is that any clarification that's required, we will cover in the Q&A session. Alright? Yeah. So I might just be going on, just make a quick note or something, or just take a quick picture of a slide that you want to get back to, and then the Q&A will go back to it. Okay, great. I think we can get started in a minute or so. Okay. It was amazing. I spend sometimes 10% of the amount I spend on ads here.
Yeah.
And get 10 times the results.
No,
Ridiculous.
I would expect that, but I just never did it because I'm saying the competition here is much lower
Right.
than in America or UK, those areas where most people online
Yeah. It's
marketing
ridiculous.
too.
Well, it's a great opportunity for us, so might as well make the most of it, you know.
Before everybody catch up.
Before everybody come in, you know. Alright, we're gonna get started. You can activate the camera. Alright.
Oh, you know, it's supposed to be resizing right here.
Okay. You can leave it how it was before. That's okay.
Alright.
That's okay. Alright, we're live. Hi everybody, thanks again for coming. As I say, it's a challenging time for everybody, so to even make the effort and come out physically, that says a lot. It says a lot. So what we're covering, first of all, business process design. This is the basics, the fundamentals of any business. And the reason why it's important is that in good times, you can get away with not knowing the fundamentals of business. Right? But in these times, where the consumer is watching their every dollar, you have to know the fundamentals of business to not only survive but thrive. Right? So, I'll just quickly go through my story, right? So, I don't know, everybody business full time, or are you doing business, let's say, part-time on the side.
Part-time.
Part-time? Part-time?
Yeah, part-time.
Part-time. And that's good. That's good stuff. Because what I wish somebody told me before I resigned was replace your income first. Right? Because I'm sure we read a lot of business books and watch a lot of videos and courses. And they make business sound very easy. Yeah? They tell you, write a good business plan and then you will be on in no time. In no time you'll be making X amount of income.
Yeah.
That's neither true or realistic. The truth is, it takes time to truly discover your market and your business model before you can do it. You get what I mean? So, I resigned, I studied engineering, electrical engineering. I was working for a company, and I told them during the job interview, I'm leaving after a year to start my own business. It came that time, the end of the year, and I remember that's what I said. Your word is a bond. So I said, hey, and I think it's time to resign. By the way, I didn't have a clue about business. It was just reading a lot of books, motivational books, business books.
You didn't try anything yet?
And I have never tried or even sold many products, probably some services before. Right? Just went out fully because the books made it sound like that's how it is. You just go out and you follow these steps in the books. And it worked. I didn't really work. So for 7 years, actually, I was hopping between industries. Right? So I started off with like interactive advertising kiosks. That was an idea when I was trying to get to the market. Didn't have a clue about business marketing, bringing a product to market, anything like that. So obviously that failed. And what I then went on to do was to help out with some music producing because I had a bit of skill in that area. And once again, I mean, we did make a lot of good music, but did we make any money? No. Except for the odd 1 or 2 beats that we got to sell, right? But definitely not anything sustainable. Went on to doing videos, music videos, short films, etc. And I did earn a bit then. It was okay. Not anything you could grow a substantial business out. It was a very competitive market because what you found is that people were moving from film cameras to small cameras like these, and almost everybody was in the market. Right? I went on to doing animation, which was kind of what you see here, that trend, things coming out of necessity. The animation was necessary to add to the video content, and outside of that, it became a little niche, but then the demand was low in this market. I should have split this off a little bit if you can pardon me. Alright, the demand was low in this market. Went on to doing a little bit of programming because we figured if we mix the animation with the programming, we could create interactive content for ad agencies. And that was a very good niche. We did make a good amount of money doing promotions, campaigns for Red Stripe, Nestle, different ad agencies seeking interactive campaigns. After that, that led to game development, trying to jump onto that whole app development bandwagon, and we really didn't do much there, right? Right, so I remember in 2015, I got a little tired of not having a consistent revenue. And these industries, while they were interesting, they weren't providing consistent revenue. I remember a friend of mine saying, hey, you're not paying attention to the market. What does the market need? I was like, probably next to real estate, people are buying cars every day. So why not take the skills that I have in terms of developing websites, etc., and build a platform to advertise cars. And then after doing that, we had some amount of success there. I remember starting out, I literally went to different car marts. I was washing the cars just to get some good pictures of them. And that was a bit weird because then I'd get a call from a friend like, "Hey, Steven, I saw you on Hamlet Park Road washing the car, man. What happening?"
That's roof and roll.
Right? But I really appreciate those days because it teach you to value your time and the startup experience. But anyhow, that led me to doing ad sales for different companies, which brought in a decent amount of revenue because the market wanted something like that, right? After ad sales, I realized the strength wasn't in selling cars; it was doing digital marketing. And then I realized, oh wait, if we can sell cars, we can sell other products. We can sell other products within that category as well. And then that led to focusing on digital marketing. And I think I have a bias to digital marketing because I realize that regardless of the skills you have, in any area, if you don't have marketing,
Yeah. Everything.
you don't have a business.
You cannot survive without money.
You can't survive without marketing. So if you really look back, this could have worked well, the game development could have worked, any of these categories could have worked well once there was a market and good marketing. So I was hopping between industries, hoping to find a good industry when the fundamental problem was that I didn't know marketing well. And that's what I had to address. So I spent a lot of time studying marketing and really getting into the details of marketing. So yeah, there was this training I came across. I think that is what influenced me in 2015 to reassess my whole the way I was doing things. The training cost $10,000 US. Like who pays $10,000 US for a training? But that was the cost for the training. Within the first week of listening to that training, I made $500,000 on one sale. And then I understood. I said, okay, that's why people pay $10,000 for the training. You get what I mean? Right. It was actually a game development project we were doing for a client. The cost was $500,000. I landed it directly with lessons from that training. So there's not one book or training I will never buy once I know that there is value in it. So yeah, there was a trip to Canada. I left for Canada last year, August, and at the same time I was negotiating a contract with an insurance company to help them sell their salvages. And everybody familiar with salvage, right? Damaged vehicles that they need to sell. Very familiar, wonderful. So I negotiated a contract with the company, and B2B sales, business to business, is a long sales cycle. So what you find is that we had to wait a little while to get that signed. But it was signed by the time I landed in Canada, which was early August of last year. And we used the same principles that we learned from the different businesses and marketing techniques. And we generated over $50 million in sales within the 4 months. It was surprising to me because I've never done that revenue in that short time.
That is in
Jamaican dollars, right? Yeah. So imagine me now as in class in Canada, looking at my little Excel spreadsheet and seeing, okay, $1 million, $2 million, $5 million. And by the way, the teacher's like, hey, Steve, now you're paying attention. Oh, yes, sir. I'm paying attention. So it was a good experience, but it opened my eyes to say, look, this can work. It can happen. So if I basically take these same techniques, and by the way, I was doing it, I was selling on behalf of a company, but if I take these same techniques and sell my products, I mean, I can replicate the same amount of sales. As a matter of fact, there's a very strong limitation with selling salvage vehicles. One, it's a very niche market. You specifically selling to dealers, which is not bad. Niche markets are very good, especially niche market with repeat sales. Very good markets.
But the problem is that you can't produce salvage vehicles. Exactly. So what would happen is that every minute we run out of stock, we'd have 1 or 2 vehicles for sale. Every minute they would finish. What we're going to do? Hey, Bobby, we want to crash this robots now because we're already we can't do that. So yeah, we had to figure out a market. While that was good, a market that was one, not dependent upon a company, because then that is fickle. Anything can change and then your supply can go away. Right? A market that we can meet the demand. If there is a demand for $100 million in goods per month, we can order it from China and supply. There may be a 2 month lag or 3 months lag, but we will be able to supply the demand. Right? And then we wanted something that we could expand the market. Right? So those were the key limitations of that business model, but the insights were good, and then that's where Megastore came into place. Right. And this is this quick note. It's amazing to see how little people typically know about business. And you might say, no, everybody knows about business. But that's not quite true. As a matter of fact, running a business is kind of like driving a car. It takes some skills and it can be worked with training. But knowing how to drive a car and knowing how to produce a car from scratch are two completely different things. And that's why you have a lot of big CEOs leave big companies and attempt to start businesses and they fail. You have a 99% failure rate in businesses. You get what I mean? So, I wanted to cover is some of the key startup myths. Just have to ensure that I'm tracking this time well. Okay, great. So one of the key startup myths. 1, you need a lot of money to start a business. Is that true?
No. We're going to start as low as we can.
Okay, great. A lot of people believe that you need a lot of money to start a business. I'll tell you a quick story. I was asking some our friends here, what's the most important asset in business? And I'll just ask you. Not quite sure I figured it out as well. What's the most important asset in business? What do you say?
I would say the market.
The market.
Yeah.
Alright?
Yeah, I was going to wait on the Q&A, but basically that's what you're saying, that all of the other businesses that you were in,
Right.
somewhere with a market and marketing.
Marketing, okay.
Yeah, marketing.
Marketing. I'll tell you a quick story about Mr. Chung. He taught me some fundamentals of business while I was doing digital marketing for his car mart. This guy owned a couple businesses as well. Car mart, gas station, tow truck company, on and on, right? A couple businesses as well. He said, Steve, you know how I started? I got a job at a hotel and I realized a pattern. I realized that every time it came to the summer season, people wanted to rent cars, but there was always a shortage of vehicles. So I went to 10 of the businessmen in the community and said to them, hey, if you buy a car, I am going to give you double the money that you spend on the car with one condition. I get to own the car after. Sounds fair, right? I spend $500,000, you give me back $1 million, I give you the car. No problem. Right? Win-win for everybody. And he did just that. They bought the cars and he gave them back double the money renting the cars to the people who came to the hotel and who needed cars to rent. Some amount of risk. But he yes, it was a crash, right? So there was some amount of risk, but he did deliver. You get what I mean? And in delivering, he ended up, by the way, he was about 16 at the time, with 10 cars. Did he have money? No, at least not putting that venture. He had 10 cars, so what did he do? Started a rental company. And then when the cars were getting a bit worn and he needed to replace inventory, sold them cheap. Okay, so he started a car mart. Right? Some cars break down, this and that. He had to buy a wrecker, started a wrecking company. Needed gas, started a gas station. He was telling me, hey Steve, anything you find yourself spending too much money on, you maybe need to start a business with that aspect. To address that.
And solve the problem there.
And solve the problem, right? So what he said fundamental, and it changed how I looked at everything after that. The most important asset in business is information. If you have $10 million and have the wrong information or don't have sufficient information, either will stay at $10 million or you'll lose it. If you have $0 with the right information, you can turn it into $20 million. So the more important aspect then is, in fact, information. And that's why we learn, we're committed to learning daily, right? Second myth, writing a detailed business plan. Anyone wrote a business plan for? No? Well, no is it then. The reality is that the business plan is misleading. It gives you the false notion that if you spend time writing out this document, by the time you go out and try to execute it, it will stand up to the market. It won't. Because there are too many variables, too many assumptions. It has to be a process of discovery. You can't plan success in that way. You can start from somewhere with some ideas on paper, but then after that is a process of discovery. Right? Your talent will automatically make you good at business. Countless technicians, artists, etc. leave their employment because they think that run this business. No. It's the business that run the business and then employs the skills. So, if you have some specialized skill, don't just run and go start a business until you really learn business, because the skill doesn't imply that you know business. That's why you have so many talented tradesmen that just basically get by here and there, but never truly become successful at what they do. And then you ask yourself, you look at the big business and you say, but Tasty can't cook food like Miss Lana. Why Tasty so big? It's a different level of business from Miss Lana shop. Right? Alright. Next thing, location. We've always heard that from any business book. And I was just talking about it earlier. Where is Google located? You say that's true. What is this location? On your desktop. Imagine if the Google CEOs were reading, location, that means we need an office in every city, right? In every plaza. They've gotten it wrong. So, what you find is that this was actually a misunderstanding of marketing. When you are at a good location where there is high traffic, a lot of people pass you, a lot of people see you, and there is in fact advertising that happens as a result. But the location isn't necessarily what drove the advertising. There are other ways to drive traffic. For example, digital marketing, right? Alright, it starts with a killer logo and a website. No. That's sometimes the last thing you do. Right? That's sometimes the last thing you do when you have figured out your brand position and what you want to communicate. Build it and they will come. No. There's a marketing saying, if a tree falls if a tree falls in a forest and no one hears it, did it really fall? I don't know, if no one heard it, did it really fall? It's in the same way, if I'm building this really cool thing in my room and no one knows about it, how are they going to find me? So, another marketing myth, everybody is doing it, it must be right. Guys, I am wearing a winter shoes because I find it comfortable, and that's what I was wearing in Canada. It doesn't mean because you see me with a winter shoe, you should copy it. No, so try to understand why you're, always ask why. Why am I doing this? Somebody asks you to do something, ask why. Because you'll be surprised the amount of people suggest that you do stuff without having a valid reason why. Right? Correlation implies causation. Not because something is correlated to something, not because something happens at a place means it is the reason why it happens. So not because Tasties has a beautiful building in Ligan means that is the reason why they are successful. Their success started far before that beautiful building. No matter the beautiful building is the facade on top of everything else that is working well. You know? Alright, so this is remarkably simple. The success secret to business. Alright, so that feedback is, can you, okay, thanks. Yeah, so this is remarkably simple, but it's extremely hard. And it's, if there's anything, or any slide, I wonder if you want to take a picture of it, that would be great. Or a screenshot, if there's any slide which will capture what will lead to your success, what will lead to you easily doing $1 million a month in business, is this slide. Empathy and discovery. Those are the two key words that will lead you to success in your business. Why? Empathy is the process of fully letting go of what you want. You want to make $1 million a month selling products online, right? But your customer doesn't care that you want to make $1 million a month. You get what I mean? What your customer cares about is solving their problem. And if you can forget about that $1 million a month a little bit and think about, hey, you know, I want to help these people a large enough market. I want to sell them something for $5,000. Right? That's going to really help them. That's going to solve their problem. In their eyes, it's worth at least $50,000, but I'm giving them for $5,000. Right? And it's going to make their day so much that they will tell everybody that they come across about it. And I'm going to sell 10 of these per day. 20 days a week, you have made $1 million per month target. But you're focusing on the right thing, which is the customer. Empathy, that's where it starts. And it's hard. I won't tell you it's easy. It's hard because it's hard to truly let go of what you think and what you want and your ideas, to truly try to figure out what the customer wants and what they are struggling with. And a lot of times this is irrational. Sometimes it's not logical. Why a man want to buy the markets? I'm advertising the markets, right? And I said, okay, a man want to buy markets, so I go put it at the best price. I go sell markets the cheapest in Jamaica. Why? Because I want, let's say, undercut the market and get a lot of sales. But I advertise my cheap markets and nobody's buying it. Why?
Cheap, I start when they weren't so cheap.
Let's say it's not a good enough price to say that it's okay, but why is a man buying a market? And not even just saying a man, let's get very personal. Why does Bobby want to buy a market?
To show off, man.
To show off. Why you want to show off?
To feel good.
Impress people.
There you go. So you see why the cheapest markets will never appeal to Bobby? The highest one. So I instead realized, oh shoot, Bobby doesn't care about the markets. Matter of fact, the only reason he wants to drive the markets is because of what the markets represents. And then what it represents then makes it project that onto him, and all of a sudden he represents that. If he could have done it without the markets, he would. But it's a tool a music video. I said, oh, you don't make a music video? Yeah, I make a music video. And I put the markets in it. And then under the music video, I put a link to 5 of the hottest markets in Jamaica. So what kind of advertising is that? It works.
Yeah.
If you want to understand that type of marketing, look back at before Yang Yangs became popular, and then look back at the amount of videos, music videos that featured them before they became popular. And look at the timeline, because I like to use data. Try to stay away from emotional distribution, not because you like something it will work. Look at the raw data, right? Look at the time when you saw that the Yang Yangs became popular, and then go back and watch some music videos, and look back at the time when you saw that of them in popular music videos, and you will see the correlation. It seemed like a coincidence that sometimes you never pinpoint the connection before. But when you slowly start to empathize with the market, let's say the person promoting these bikes, they look and say, you know, in a segment of guys that really want to become mobile, they can't necessarily afford a car, they can't necessarily get a car loan that leave us with what? Some bikes. But these bikes sound annoying, nobody will buy them. And they come from China. People don't like Chinese products. What they name? Zuntan something, right? We need a name for them, and we need to make them seem appealing. How better to do that than in music videos? So yeah, empathy and then discovery. Let's say avoid emotional estimation. Avoid thinking that something will work because you feel good about it. Test. You can't test enough. So you're doing some products now from China, and you say, okay, there are these trends in the US, I'm thinking I want to do it in Jamaica. I'm saying don't even bring one product in. I'm saying take some pictures of those products, do some tests, and then see what the feedback is like. See if you're getting requests for them.
I mean, like, just ask for, like, interaction,
Just to see some people saying, no, I need this, let me know when you have more. You can't imagine the amount of products we just test. At one point we're testing like 4 products a day before we found a winning product.
so it was basically the same Facebook marketing.
Same Facebook marketing. Or you can use organic, you can use WhatsApp status updates. You know what I mean? And we'll get into that, don't worry, we'll get into that. But this is the model. So I spent a lot of time on this slide just because I think it's the most important slide. Right? After you truly get empathetic to figure out your customer's needs, is a process of discovery. Testing, modeling, and the modeling is looking at the test results and ask, what does this mean? What is this implying? Akim was sharing earlier. I realized that a specific product I was selling, 60% of it, the reactions were from females. And then all of the purchases were from females. So maybe I should stop wasting my money on marketing, from marketing to men, marketing to only females. That's him testing, looking at the results, modeling, and then after that, increasing his campaign in specificity by projecting it. That's how you grow a business. The problem with, I'll give you a joke, you have a lot of companies in Silicon Valley who they receive a lot of funding because of their business ideas, and they go into the ground quickly and burn 100 million US in funding quickly. And you ask, how on earth do you burn 100 million US and not figure out a business model? That's because they went with an assumption and then they went straight to projecting. No testing, no modeling. They say, okay, we're going to spend $1 million a month on just advertising. By the way, having no empathy, not knowing who your market is, but just spending on advertising. So So if there's any success secret in business, it takes time, it takes patience, but it's the way to truly do it. Truly being empathetic about your audience, right? And then the process of discovery, test, model, project, and at all costs avoid emotional estimation. Avoid doing stuff because you feel good about it. Right? Just look at the raw data. Right? Alright. Let's get to this other section. Alright, so the model that I use, and I found that it works extremely well with business, is from these guys, the Wright brothers. Have you ever heard of that name before, the Wright brothers?
Never first discover, basically make a plane.
Make a plane fly sustainably. They were
For the longest.
for the longest. The Wright brothers were interesting because these two brothers, they never have no money for money. It was these guys, they owned a bicycle shop, and out of the bicycle shop, they had a discovery. By the way, these guys were up against heavily funded competition from military contractors to a lot of big companies who were trying to figure it out. But they got it right when a lot of persons didn't. And it was because of one key insight. Their insight was everybody is trying to build a perfect machine that will stay still in the air. And their insight was that was not only possible, it was not practical, and it did not respect the laws of nature. Because there are so many interplaying forces that will affect that even if you're trying to do that, you would not accomplish it for any time within their century based on technology that they had. So they said, okay, what are you doing on a bicycle? If you remember riding a bicycle, it's kind of like walking. It's a process of actively falling. So you make a step, and then you attempt to counterbalance, you make another step, but it's really just falling. It's a continuous process of falling and counterbalancing. It's the same thing within a bicycle. You fall in left, you make a push. You start falling right, you make another push. So they said, okay, this is what we need to do in the air. And that was their key discovery. That allowed them to make a historical breakthrough that no one else was able to make. Business is just like that. If you look at business like a plane in the air, your operating costs that are trying to bring you back down to the ground. And then there's this push, which is your engine, which is pushing in a certain direction, which is causing a force to go up. If it seems confusing, I'll just bring me back to it at the Q&A and I'll explain better, right? But if you start to look at your business like a plane, you realize that it becomes very easy, and that's why it's business process design. It becomes very easy to see the different components, and whenever something isn't working, you know exactly where to look. This work, or how it works. This, mapping your business to this, will allow you to be able to see exactly why a function isn't working and address it. So we start with one, and as you see, we'll go up in the numbers, it will tell you the most important thing. So what's the most important thing in my business? Is the business name? No. How about marketing and sales? Sure, it's important, but what if there's no market? You get what I mean? What if I'm trying to sell winter jackets in Jamaica? No matter how good my marketing and sales is, it's not going to sell. You get what I mean? With a few exceptions. Anything can really sell with a few exceptions, but for the most part it won't be sustainable, right? What if I don't have a solution? What am I going to market and sell? Right? So we'll go back a bit more, and I'd say the problem that you're solving. What's the mission? What's the problem that you're solving? And it sounds pretty straightforward because it is. If you don't have, and you'd be surprised the amount of persons who start a business without asking that question. It happens all the time with technology companies. Okay, I really like this website, I have this idea to build this lawnmower that operates itself and just cut the yard by itself. It's like, that sounds cool, and your brother say, oh, bad man, you're bad, yeah man. They say, yeah man, go feed. And you spend 5 years in your work on it because you're bad.
Yeah.
And then you ask the person, what was the problem in solving? It's cool, like, I mean, can you imagine your lawnmower cut the yard by itself? Cool. But what's the problem you're really solving? And then we humans, we have this weird way of justifying things in our mind after we look up our mind, irrationally. So we say, oh, you know what would be cool about it? It's because it saves you time. So you can watch TV while you're on.
Convenience.
Convenience, right? And it's interesting. So how much it sell for? No, so 500,000 you have to budget for it. And then you start thinking about it and you say, you want to really watch TV, you spend 500,000 automatic. When you can pay somebody $5,000 full life. Or cut it yourself, right? So that's the reason why we start with the problem mission. So we don't get distracted into things that we like. And this we have to be very careful with this because as we attempt to sell products online, we're going to come across a lot of amazing products that we like. I can't like I remember seeing some products and like, yo, this must sell. Anytime you find yourself doing that, catch yourself and stop. If you ever find yourself doing that, stop. That is emotional estimation. I know I don't think who will want it. What is the problem it's solving for them? Or nothing else, right? So after going the problem in the team, whether you're starting alone or you're starting a team, there are certain fundamental traits that are required. Because starting a business, as I'm saying, getting to $1 million a month, that is not something that you do in 1 week. Right? Especially if you're starting from, let's say, $50,000. Right? It's something that takes a process of, let's say, 6 to 7 months. Being persistent, right? And being disciplined about how you operate in your business. If your team or you don't have these characteristics, it's either to develop them or to find people who do to ensure that your business runs well, right? I'd say it this way: if you have the best plane in the world and you don't have the skills to fly, it's as if you didn't have the plane at all, right? The market, your space. If there's no way to fly that nice plane locked in a hammer, you may do. There's no market, there's no business. Right? And we're going to get into the market a little bit. We're going to talk about it because this is a very interesting part. We'll talk about the customer avatar and how you really map a customer out. Next thing, solution. We'll talk about that as well, and marketing and sales. The other sections are important, but you can have a sustainable business with up to 5 of these, right? And then you start to work on your revenue streams. And I'm kind of moving fast through it. Just bring me back to it during the Q&A if there's anything that is not so clear. All right, so let's go into the problem. Step out of your shoes and truly empathize with your prospect. Ask yourself, are you solving a real pain or are you fulfilling an irrational passion? They're 2 different things. But during a recession, which by the way we're in, you best bet that your product is solving a real pain, right? The type of pain where when somebody's in pain and the doctor prescribes something to them, you think they're waiting until tomorrow? No, they're going to the pharmacy right after they leave the doctor. It's the same thing when somebody comes across your ad and they have a real pain. For example, one of the products that sell well for us are security cameras, right? Small, smart security cameras. When someone sees the ads, typically this is their reaction. I've been looking for this for a while. I remember this customer, and to this day it's still amazing. I remember the customer, he was saying, while we were setting up the camera on the phone, I saw someone trying to steal my car. And that's why I cut the call short, because I had to run out there to them. And I was able to show the police the footage, and we realized it was a neighbor who lived beside us and so before, and that was touching. Why? Because it solved the real pain that it was designed to solve for the exact person who it was to solve. And I think that those are the products of, because when somebody is in the middle of a pandemic and economic recession, and they think, oh, this product costs $5,000, can I spend this $5,000 now? They have to weigh some things, and they have to say, but what's the cost of my car? What's the cost of the safety of my family? It far exceeds $5,000. Go and get the camera. Those are the products you need to be looking at. Things that solve real pains. And then there's a next segment of products now, which are just irrational passions. So we're bringing in some classic game systems. If you remember, everybody remembers Super Nintendo or Nintendo Entertainment System. There's these little systems that were that were basically allowing us to simulate that, right? And what we found was that persons were just extremely excited about reliving that nostalgic moment. So they would just run, come and buy the systems.
So that's like product with wow factor.
That's
Like, yeah.
kind of wow, but it's an irrational passion. Like trying to explain that. Like, can you imagine that guy after he just bought it trying to explain it to his girlfriend? Well, babes, we just did paper copy, doesn't want like experience that again. And she said, no, but we need to buy bread and milk and this and that.
That wouldn't work in a pandemic. But it will work in another time.
It will work in a pandemic. And that's why it's called irrational passion. Because the person is so passionate about it, it passes the point of logically making a decision. You understand? But then you might look at it and you might say, but why? And this is the reason I would say, if that makes them happy, you are the person to deny them of that happiness. And if you can't, if you can't help them to accomplish it, at least just leave them alone. You get what I mean? We have, we're bringing in some PUBG controllers, right? And I remember this kid actually came and bought one. And they were selling it as well. This kid came and bought one, and the guy said, yo, my lunch money, I save up and buy it, you know. And to be honest, I felt bad. I felt bad. I honestly felt bad, like, you know, especially because, you know, I was kind of firm on the price, like, you know, this is the best that we can do. Like, yo, lunch money, I save up and buy this, but God, brother, you don't know more than this. That's irrational passion. And for them, it makes them extremely happy. These are the things we want to look at. Painkillers and irrational passion. Painkillers are safer though. Yeah, are safer.
Take a picture of that.
Oh, okay.
Get that email or that presentation.
Yeah, man, I can say that email. As a matter of fact, we're going to share resources after where we can allow people to interact with each other and learn from it. Right? Alright, so the next thing, where there's a big enough why, you will find the how. right? So this is what I'm saying. If there is a big enough reason for what you're doing, you will find a way. You get what I mean? So ask yourself, why are you doing it? So in other words, if you want to make $1 million a month because it's comfortable, maybe you won't be motivated enough to do it. But if you want to make $1 million a month because you feel like, okay, you can really help and start contributing to some charities, and you can really employ some persons to run the business, and you can spend some more time with your family, and travel the world, or spend time at home or so with your family, then you will find a home. Right? If it's a selfish reason, there's usually a hindrance, but if it's bigger than yourself, you will find a home. Alright? So simple problem statement, compelling who, what, why. I want to find a reliable means of transportation for some youngsters who need an alternative source of income because it's hard for them to get jobs. Right? That's the problem. That's where we start. We haven't started talking about a product or anything else yet, just the problem. Right? Alright, so your TV. You could have the best plane in the world, but if you can't fly it, it doesn't exist. These are some key characteristics. Enthusiasm. You have to have that drive to go for it. There's nobody else going to do it for you. You have to have that drive to go for it, right? Faith, because you have to be able to see the thing where it's going to be before it gets there. Right? Focus. Don't be like me 7 years ago, hopping between different industries. The industry was never the problem. Focus on figuring out your business model. If there's a market with time and enough focus, you will find solutions for that market. You understand? Alright. Yeah, man. And the next thing, commitment. You just be committed to the process and keep.
You know, current sense?
Yeah? No, not yet. Yeah. Alright. Great. So, the market. So, we want to spend a little bit of time here just because it's important. Let me look at where we are. So, a little bit in the Q&A session, but I'll just quickly run through this and then just bring me back to where is a bit wasn't a bit straightforward. I'm sorry, Dominic, you're monitoring the live stream, right? Alright, if there are any questions during the Q&A, you can just give it to me. I'll just bring it from here. So market, if there is no market, there is no space to fly. We covered that, right? If the market is crowded, it will burn a lot of unnecessary fuel just to stay relevant. And fuel is cash. So, right now, a lot of persons say, look, you can bring in a vehicle from Japan and make some money easy. True. When you look at the saturation in that market, is that the best investment of time and money right now? Versus finding a niche and just dominating only that sector. Right? So blue ocean strategy and positioning. And that was part of the reason why marketing to Jamaica was a very good opportunity versus abroad initially. Right? You can grow abroad, but Jamaica is a very good market right now. Blue ocean strategy. Anybody ever heard that term? Blue ocean strategy? Alright. You have the red ocean, which is the ocean filled with the sharks. There's a lot of blood in red ocean. There is a lot of fierce competition, a lot of cutthroat pricing, a lot of And positioning, you can be selling the same exact product as someone else, but it depends on how you position it. Because how you position it will determine how it is perceived and who you're talking to. For example, this microphone, I could position it as a conference mic, I could position it as a studio mic, or I could have positioned it as a microphone for bloggers. Three completely different markets with three completely different needs, but the product with the right marketing can suit any one of them. Get what I mean? So I can get this in every corporate room in Jamaica, or I can get it in every teenager's bedroom, or every small studio. Right? Customer avatar and business avatar. The moment we stop thinking of customers like, oh, a customer come link me, or like, unless I try to get some customers, and we move away from that, and then we get to a very personal level where we'd say, okay, this is let me just give you a quick example. My prospect's name is George, and George is 49. He works in engineering. He's a father of 2 children. What are George's interests? George is interested in music, he's interested in sports, he's interested in cars, he's interested in social commentary, etc. And I just go into figuring out exactly who George is and what he's interested in. And then after that now I said, what are George's fears, concerns and irrational passions? George is afraid of being on the road with his family and not being able to repair it. George is afraid of his wife getting a flat tire on the road and she wouldn't be able to change the tire. He's also afraid of her trying to leave work or a plaza or so, having a dead battery on her car and not being able to move it. His primary concern is the safety and security of his family, and it worries him every time he thinks about a situation where she gets a flat and wouldn't be able to get out of that situation, especially in the wrong area, or she not being able to start her vehicle in the wrong area. No, that is George. No, that's a customer avatar. And we'll get to it in the Q&A. I just want you to bring it back if you're not getting it clear, because it's very important. And then there's a business avatar, which is who am I to George. I approach George fully empathetic, fully understanding his dilemma. And I say, hey, by the way, there are these things. And I think say, I am selling. I'm just telling him about it. There are these devices that allow you to pump air in the tire if you're in an emergency. From a can, you just connect it, and it takes care of your flat tire until you're able to reach a gas station. And we have another thing that allows you to quickly jump start your car. Is about the same size as a smartphone. I think you need to let your wife travel with one of these. Is George going to say no? Exactly. And then what if you say, George, it's only $5 grand? Like, you think about it. What's the worst of the security of your wife? Right? Her life, her possessions, etc. I can guarantee your payday, George, is going to link you. Why? You notice, all I notice to focus on what the product is? Yeah. The product is this nice inflatable can to inflate your tires, as well as another product which is a quick jump starter. 2 very common products online, very good markets. I've not focused on them because when George is scrolling through Facebook and him see inflatable can and car starter, he's scrolling right across it. It's something he needs, you know. But because it wasn't communicated to him well, he doesn't even know that he needs it. But that's because we didn't truly take time to understand him, to communicate to him well. And that's the concept. When you're thinking about your customer and your business, think about it as a customer avatar, a specific person, and a business avatar being a specific person, and then thinking about how they would interact with each other. As us, just like us talking in a room. And then when you set up your marketing that way, amazing. Few people are doing that even in Jamaica. It's a common practice abroad because the market is more competitive, so they have to get more sophisticated with marketing. Right? Solution was a proposed solution, and there's something called the UPC-PC test. That's simpler than it sounds. When you have a solution, ask yourself, what is the utility of it? Very simple. What's the utility of a shoes? Simple. Done. That means it could look like anything. It could look like a plastic bag. It could look like a crocus bag. And you tie it around your feet. Why doesn't it look like a plastic bag or a crocus bag if it does the same thing? Because you get to an aspect of personality. How does the proposed solution fit the prospect's personality? That's the reason why things have styles and designs. All smartphones typically work in basic terms the same way. But you have different phones, you have iPhones, you have different Samsungs, you have different ones, because they are all designed to fit a certain personality. Now, I might be comfortable wearing a water boot, and it might fit my personality. But, though I am comfortable with it, am I going to wear a water boot downtown in Kingston on a dry summer day? No, why? Because I'm not only thinking about what it's doing, the utility, how it fits my personality, but I'm also thinking about the culture. You have to think about these things. For example, there are a lot of persons trying to set up online businesses and they're saying, oh, we're having an online only presence. I say, in Jamaica? Because while the product is there, which is a utility, and while the buyers might be comfortable looking at the products online, does it really fit their personality for the majority of the market to both purchase online and on top of that? What about the culture? What about when I said, oh, I went ahead and purchased this stuff online. What is my friend going to say? In this market, in Canada or US, there's no problem. In Jamaica, you're supposed to scam you. That's the reality. So you have to pay attention to the personality and culture. So online businesses need a physical presence in a market like this. Need it, right? Purple cow. Have anybody heard that term before? Purple cow. It's just a term in marketing, right? And this is really good, by the way. What would you do if you were driving past the road and you saw a purple cow on the roadside?
Take some pictures.
Alright. You said steer on him and you said take picture. What do you think would happen when you reach home and you tell somebody say see a purple cow?
I believe it.
Exactly.
So I take the picture.
That's why you take the picture.
Yeah.
And then what you say do with the picture?
Post it on social media or something different, because that is very rare.
Here you go. You see, when you find that key in marketing, such as a purple cow, which is simply just an unusual way of presentation or combination, you get that effect. And when you get that effect, the product becomes the marketing. Just by somebody seeing it, they get so curious, so that they take a picture, share it on Facebook, and then other persons start to interact with it without you even doing any marketing. If you can get, UPC is good. Utility, personality, and culture. That's the basics. But you can get this involved in your product, you win. You win. When you pass the, I think it's going 3 miles. There's this truck parts place, and you see the big truck head on top of the building, hanging on.
That was weird. That catch my eye. Really.
It's interesting that all of us in this room know what we're talking about. Very few businesses have that ability, just because of good marketing. I might have a good design because we don't even get to marketing. That's all in the product. All right. Time already. Okay. Time running. Yeah, to be fair, I started late as well. We should have a break between 2:30 and 1. So you mind if we cut the break a little short? We still give the break, but cut it a little short, just to facilitate the Q&A. Alright? Alright, great. Alright. So marketing and sales. So one, no business is sustainable without marketing. We spoke about that. Successful businesses are doing it knowingly or unknowingly. So they are marketing whether they know it or not. You're doing marketing if you're successful as a business, right? The second thing to look at is the customer journey to George. That example, right? When we think about George, where does George get his information from? Probably another customer. Bobby bought one and told George, hey George, yo, you have them thing here, you know. You have to have one of this in your car. Right? This is very interesting because we'll speak about influencer marketing later, and you see how that can not only be engineered, but you can make this process deliberate. Right? So after that, he comes across a promotion from you, truly talking about the problem in the context of his wife and her dilemma and her challenge. And a matter of fact, you don't even market it to Bobby. You market it to Bobby's wife. And the Bobby's wife sees it and say, Bobby, or sorry, George, what are you doing? I need one of this. Not going to say no. The conversation done. No question. And then she not listen. When a woman wants something, if you don't give it to her, you're not going to hear the end of it. So, yeah. So you say, okay, Bobby usually hear it from somebody, why not make him hear it from his wife? Market directly to his wife. Bobby know, say, alright, Yvette, what you talking about? And she says, see the link here, see it online. This is a very important. It seems simple, but it's very important. A lot of products that we'll be importing are generic products. I was talking to Akim the other day and I said, you have to name your products. Why? He has a product right here on the table. It's called Intelligent Sprayer, right? If Yvette now goes and Googles that with that name, a million different options, with a million different opinions. You get what I mean? So, an example of what I had to do with the camera, I had to give them names. So that when somebody, if you quickly can Google it on your phone, Google Eagle Cam, one word. Right. And tell me what you see. Come on. Eagle Cam V380. So Eagle Cam, one word, then space V380. So EAGLE space V380. Or EAGLE CAM. Exactly. So what you're seeing now is not only the direct link to the website, but you're seeing a video as well. Why? Why go through all that trouble? Because if you're selling generic products, you want to be the opinion on the product. You want to be the source of the product. because your customer, in an online environment, people are going to search for products. Right? Next thing, website and Mega Store is there to help with that, where there is a platform to actually put the products. Reviews. Most shoppers these days, they want to hear what other people think about it. So they're looking at reviews, what have other persons who purchased it, what are they saying. Testimonials can be good here as well. And then George decides, alright, good, I have to purchase this for event. Because not only is she now giving me a realize, okay, it's really a good product. So he goes in, and he might be the type of person to go and enter his credit card and purchase online, but not everybody is at that point in Jamaica. Some persons just aren't at that level of comfort with online shopping. We probably are, because we are used to that market, but not because we are. We should assume that our market is. So, from physical location, pay him cash, you go on and get a receipt, and you get a warranty. Great. And then what happens is the cycle starts all over again, because now George go to work and tell Bobby how his wife has been nagging him for this product and how it actually really good, and him get one and test it for himself. Then Bobby goes through the same cycle. So in marketing and sales, there's a process of this is called a sales funnel of awareness, where you drive awareness to different persons, and you usually do it through your marketing and promotions. The customer starts to consider your product, and this is where they get to the point of search and going to your websites, going to reviews, this little section here, then conversion, when the customer actually purchases your product. And then after purchase, you get to loyalty. And I love empathizing with customers. I don't like, it's strange how short-sighted people think when, have you ever seen somebody trying to rip somebody off? Yeah? I think that's the most short-sighted way of attempting to do business. Why would you try to rip somebody off? If you think about the effects of it.
Yeah, you're not getting what myself from that person ever again. And I'm going to tell everybody say, look, good for them.
Exactly. If you want to be out of business, try to rip somebody off. It don't make no sense. Why would you do that? You try to build a good relationship with your customer. You know? Greetings, Chief. Oh, yeah, man, you try to build a good relationship with your customer. Why? Because when there's a good relationship, the customer will always come back to you for more stuff, and they'll bring 10 of them friends every time they come. That's the best way of doing business. It's not just about business ethics. It's just about being smart about business. The right thing to do is to benefit your customer. Why do you think there are so many free giveaways? You think there's not that big companies like just giving away stuff? They're like giving away stuff because they realize, okay, there is this natural process of reciprocity where a customer feels, okay, maybe I should, I remember when I did get the mug from them or the bag from them, maybe I should go to them for my insurance for the first car I get. It's relationship building. And it's not hard, it just takes it's empathy, And by the way, you might say, oh, Stephen, but this foolishness you're talking, because I'm not a big company and I can't give away $1 million worth of product. But you can give away $1 million worth of advice. You can make somebody's life easier by giving them more information, accurate information, by revealing things to them that they can learn. That's the reason why most of my products now, once it has been tested and I'm at the point of scaling it, I do videos for them. Infomercial style videos. Because when I do that, I save the prospect time with shopping and trying to fetch information for themselves. You get what I mean? So you can give away, you always have the ability to give away something. Alright, and advocacy. When you get to this point with your customer, you win. When people going abroad and saying, look, you haven't tried patties until you try taste these patties. That's where it is right now, by the way. But when you get to that point, it really win with your products. So that's it. That's a sales funnel they're trying to get them through. Just take a quick look at the time. 31. Alright, so we're almost finished with this section. I just wanted to give you an example of this actually filled out. And as I said, I can send you the slides, so no worries in terms of trying to get one of these models for yourself. Try to fill out one of these for your business. It will force you to think long and hard about the different prospects of business. So this is the business that we did over 50 million in 4 months, and this is it on paper, right? So one of the problem, dealers need access to deals on damaged vehicles to purchase and repair so that they can turn a healthy profit in a competitive market. Who? Dealers. What? Damaged vehicles. Why? Turn a healthy profit. Very straightforward. Do we know how we're going to do it yet? No. But we know who is going to do it. Alright, Mr. Lewis, by the way, I was in Canada. We know a market where people have to deal with people directly, so there had to be somebody physically. So he deal with in-person sales and administration, while in Canada, I was doing the digital marketing, customer relationship management and content management. So in basic terms, advertising the vehicles, doing the targeting, the messaging, building relationships with these customers, and managing the content. Right? That's a team. The market. Let's take a look at Paul. Paul is a car dealer. He's 32, a male. His interests are sports cars, auto mechanics, bodywork, parties, family, traveling, investment, and properties. Why are you getting so detailed, Stephen? These are the things which make you communicate well when you truly know who you're dealing with. Right? Fears, losing his business, going broke, being behind on bills. That's his fears. So our solution was an online platform to view and purchase salvage units from insurance companies. Very simple. Very simple. But remember, simple doesn't mean easy. Right? UPC test passed. What is the UPC test? As a matter of fact, UPC PC passed. What is the utility of the platform? To view salvage vehicles that you're considering to purchase. How does it fit your personality? Paul is comfortable browsing content online and buying it in person. Right? How does it fit the culture? It's socially acceptable to view vehicles online and then purchase in person. So the whole system was set up around this. And as a matter of fact, PC was there, Purple Cow, because what we found is that there wasn't buying damaged vehicles, and if you've probably gone through that before, it was always a very closely held market, very closely guarded. So we kind of changed the market in a way where we allowed anybody to access it. So what you find is people say, oh, you know, I always wanted to do that, but I just never found a good supplier. And they were very happy for that, right? So yeah, that was a solution, marketing and sales. So we started top of the funnel, awareness, Facebook and Instagram ads, speaking directly to Paul. Should I have some samples to show you, but I don't. So I'd have to pull it up, which will take more time. But it would go somewhere along the lines of great deals on damaged vehicles if you're interested in starting a taxi company, dealership, or rental, right? And when somebody sees that, even if they're not interested in damaged vehicles, they're saying, but wait, I was kind of interested in putting a taxi on the road, or like a rental company, or like you get what I mean, or a dealership. And then you find that they start to explore these vehicles, even though they never know. He probably wasn't even aware that he was interested in damaged vehicles, but now it presented an opportunity to enter that market or accomplish that dream quicker, right? These ads went to our website, and then our website was designed to bring you to a WhatsApp database. Why? Because we know that hardly anybody will purchase one of these units. They'll purchase one, repair it, and they want another one. So we spend a lot of money here to build this. And then after we build this, we could just basically market for free to the same audience. You get what I mean?
No, that's not.
Right. So you look at here and you say, oh, why is Steven spending 100,000, 200,000 on Facebook and Instagram? And that don't make no sense. But when you start to look at it like, oh, if I spend that one time and I build up this, right, I don't have to spend much again. It's the same people are talking to every time they're new units. Relationship. You don't make, I don't remember who said it, but he said, you don't make a profit until you have a repeat sale. Because if you think about how expensive it is to acquire a customer, you really don't start making a profit until you have a repeat sale. Think lifetime value, not margins on one sale. What does that mean? Let's say I was selling the sprayers that I've been selling, and I say, oh, my unit cost is $3,000. I want to sell it for $8,000. No, why? Why would you do that? Because you'd price the product out of the market to begin with, and two, you wouldn't get a customer to start with. Let's say you sell it for $3,500 and you say, but Steven, that don't make any sense, because my acquisition cost for that customer was $1,000. I said, alright, cool, but what is your customer lifetime value? What is the value of your customer buying from you for in the long term, right? And then you start looking at it and say, oh shoot, but this customer probably would have buy 10 items from me in their lifetime. Their lifetime value is $50,000 if I sell them for $5,000, right? And then it starts to make sense why you would spend $1,000 to get this customer, and why it makes sense to build a relationship and have repeat sales. You know what I mean? Alright, cool. WhatsApp database, started some WhatsApp groups, started talking specifically to these dealers, which led to sales and word of mouth, which led back to the website, and the cycle continued. A nice loop. You always want a loop going back into the funnel. Right? And then 6 revenue streams. So on the front end there were salvage unit sales commissions, by the way, because we're selling for the company, so they pay us commissions on these sales. On the back end, and by the way, no people don't even think about this. You're selling a product. What are you selling? Oh, I'm selling car air freshener. Cool. What else? Just car air freshener. Like, no. Why? If you have a customer that is willing to do business with you, why aren't you selling on the back end? The hardest thing to do is to get them in the door to come and do business with you, So the question is, why aren't you selling on the back end? And this is what stabilizes the plane, by the way. You have the force on the front end, and then the sales on the back end. So if you go to almost any shop, you'll see cheap bread on display. Why? It's a cheap bread that brings you in the shop, but there's a bunch of other products on the back end. Right? So back end, there was auto part sourcing, because if you're buying damaged vehicles, you need some parts. Some of them hard to source, we source them. Simple, right? There were referrals, work with a wrecking company. Hey, by the way, have a very specific set of people who are going to need their services consistently. We're going to send them to you. Right? Vehicle advertisement, after the vehicle is fixed, if you're buying for resale, oh, by the way, I'm trying to sell this vehicle. Sure. There's another website for that. Vehicle advertisement. And that was carscollingja.com. So why not put the damaged vehicles on there? repair vehicles on the same website. Two completely different markets. And the people who are looking for the repair vehicles or the driving vehicles are very different and particular versus the people who are looking for the damaged vehicles. So that was that, right? And I'll just cover these basics. And the reason why I'm just running across these because I really think that 1 to 5 is the critical thing. The others are just what you do for streamline the business outcome. Right? So financials, marketing spend, sales and spend, the customer lifetime value, website hosting, maintenance. I won't spend a lot of time here because these are just basic businesses. And it's ironic because if you read a business book, these are the things that they focus on. Not the key things to start with. And a part of the reason for that is that you find that a lot of people who write business books have never really done business. A lot of people who teach business in college, I remember I was doing business entrepreneurship in college. I don't remember the lady's name, God bless her soul. She was teaching business, right? Entrepreneurship. And so I just asked her, hey, by the way, which business do you have? I wasn't trying to be rude, right? I was just asking her with a genuine curiosity.
I'm always tempted to ask.
Yeah? Yeah, I really didn't want to be rude, right? I really was just curious. Just like, yeah? I was like, I don't really run a business, I just do this teaching thing, right? So you find that because of that, a lot of people who write the books, because the people who are doing the business, they hardly have time to write the books. It's not that they don't want to help, but they hardly have the time. So you might get a 1 consultation, you might get a 1 session, but to get a full-blown book from them, it's hard. Unless it's like way after them retire, and sometimes the knowledge is out of date by that time, right? But yeah, trust me, do your business from scratch, and if you're getting advice from business, ensure somebody who's actually doing business as well. Sure you can get other advice as well, but I just realize and be open, always be open, right? I always consider myself a beginner because once you start to consider yourself an expert, there's no room for learning, But just be very careful with these business books. It would be better you apprentice under a business owner and observe and learn rather than just read a bunch of stuff and treat that as gospel, right? So that is that for this session, and we'll take a little break, probably about 15 minutes break. But before that, we'll just ask if there are any questions online or in person. You can ask questions. I can go back to the slides, and then we can take it from there. And I'll just bring up this slide because it's easy to reference what we're doing, right? So is there any questions? Pretty straightforward. Understand. Great. So
basically just a reinforced stuff on already.
Great.
Never take action on really just know them.
Okay. Wonderful. So any question, any clarification?
So basically, you're saying that for every business to be successful, you definitely need a market.
You need a market and marketing. Need. If you don't have the market, you don't have a business. You don't have a place to the business.
So that directly links to information being the most important thing.
Alright, if you think about it, how would you know if you have a market?
Do your research.
There you go.
So that's like information.
It's the information that you get, the accurate information that's going to guide you
Just about in general.
In general. Yeah. Most important because you can find, for example, that business, the selling salvages, which did we start with a large capital?
No, I really started at large capital and I'm probably designing a website. But you probably have a past it, well, you know about that.
But not a large compared to the sales. But it was the information from the company which allowed us to leverage that and drive the sales.
Candice has a question. Candice Spirit says, what if you are looking to do a business that you are the sole person, no team?
Okay, great. Thanks for that question, Candice. If you are looking to do a business, if you're the sole person, it's possible. But what you'll have to look at is partners, not necessarily co-founders, but you will have to. You won't be able to do every single thing yourself. So you will partner with different companies, individuals, or platforms to accomplish what you want. For example, a part of us setting up Deal-A-Lot, we realized that we did not have inventory in stock to do that amount of sales, so we had to partner with an insurance company, right? We weren't going to necessarily go ahead and buy a record to provide those services, so we had to go ahead and partner with a wrecking service company. Are you going? You're probably not going to bring in products directly from, let's say, US or China, so you'd have to partner with shipping companies, and the list goes on. Let me know if that answers the question. Let's pull this up. So there's a log on your live streaming. So
Alright,
okay. Alright. Yeah, so if there are any more questions, are there any more questions? No? Alright, great. So yeah. Oh, someone's typing? Oh,
think so, yeah.
okay. Okay, great.
I missed a part of the presentation, so no, I don't have much.
Oh, okay. Alright. So we take a short break, a quick break, probably about 10 minutes, and get back at 3 o'clock and continue from there. Yeah, man. Yeah, so yeah.
The mega store thing, oh, you have to explain what mega store is in the next.
In the next one. We just wanted to cover the basics for persons just interested in doing business online.
Yeah.
And
See, the first one, the camera, and I have this camera in my house like 7 years now.
oh yeah?
What is it? As I tell them, always, maybe I did the research, program research.
Yeah. We just never tried it. Try them.
7 years.
Yeah?
7 years.
Yeah, my camera, 7 years I have it.
So I saw them that basically.
Yeah,
I'm not
you can't even tell them what new one type them. I guess, yeah, new one type, but will people pay for it?
Yeah.
Other than something. They have the one that know when track based on body heat. So it does motion. You see these now, but the problem with them is the motion detection. If
Yeah.
a breeze blow like a tree, right?
It pick it up,
Pick
yeah.
it up. So if I said, hold it my message to my phone and anytime, that kind of annoying. So now you can solve the problem now when you get the one that when IR, then basically use body heat. So vehicle, animal, and humans basically.
It pick it up.
Yeah, that the one that when it the right now still.
Yeah, that would be more useful
Yeah.
than the motion, because anything we pass here.
But it's more expensive now.
So
So will people buy it?
It's a delicate balance.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can pause the stream until, or I mean, can go ahead. It's not that serious, right? Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
What?
Now there's a alright in the products.
Yeah.
I'm not telling you have access to products. The marketing part out here.
It's just to figure that out, and
Yeah.
It's not.
I'm the type like I always just I used to do cell phone cases first
Yeah.
on Amazon and those side. And what I did was basically I just watch the trend and I see which new phone coming out, popular phone, the iPhone, the
Yeah.
flagship brands.
Yeah.
You look for the case coming out, you make contact with the people who are manufacturing cases.
Yeah.
And as they release the phone image,
Yeah.
basically make the case.
Yeah.
I'm the first person to have it on Amazon. I know what that means.
Right. So without spending
on
on.
buy it before the phone release. Like you get the case like 1 week before the phone release.
Yeah.
So when you look, sales up through the roof.
You're going to do it.
I'm gonna sell like deer. I always try and give them as cheap as possible.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're going to do exceptionally well out here. Like, because you're already doing it here.
Yeah.
So, and out here, the market is a bit easier.
I'm more related to the problems in Jamaica now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, most of them can come to find products in Jamaica to that make more sense than America. Because when you just try to wonder what they like or what.
Yeah, rather than here where you know
Yeah.
the issues. So that's the thing, I found more expensive cameras
Yeah,
that,
it's
to address the market. But I mean we'll start back soon, so you can make it right. We started you made a note that we're taking a break, right?
Hmm?
You made a note that we're taking a break?
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah man, I had this interesting thing. I was testing another camera, cost twice the price as those.
Yeah.
And because of that we had to sell it more expensive. A guy came the other day and he came and he wanted to buy some of those ones that I had before. Wanted to told him. I say, you know, those are out of stock, you know. Because as soon as we get them, once we start with ads, they're gone. Right? Easier for them to hear. Yeah. Did anybody hear about Megastore by any chance before seeing the ad for this training? No? Okay, good.
The camera ads.
You saw the camera.
I saw that because Megastore.
Great. So that's good. That's good. And you would see the camera ads because it's right in your market as well, right? So yeah. Yeah. And I think that's a very I can start? Okay, wonderful. Alright, so we're going back now. Alright, so once again, beginner's mind. Never ever be an expert. Even though I'm sharing this knowledge now, I'm sharing it because I know it's fundamental knowledge, but I'm no expert in no part of business. Why? Because the moment you become an expert, there's no room for learning, there's no room for growth. And things are changing so fast, there's absolutely no way you can claim to be an expert in any area of business. You just have to be a constant learner with a curious mind. Right? The second thing, the $1 million per month movement, as I was telling you, I am specifically looking to help 100 persons earn $1 million per month through the platform. Specifically persons who would not have the opportunity to do it because they're constrained by their work or other obligations. You know? So making it manageable. What is $1 million per month? It sounds like a lot of money until you break it down. $1 million per month is $50,000 for 20 days out of the month. Alright? So, and it don't sound like a lot, but some person may say $50,000 per day sound like a whole heap of money, enough people earn that per month. And I would say, yeah, because you're working on a salary. But if you think about it in terms of products, $50,000 per day is 10 sales per day of products worth $5,000. That's not hard. If you look at your sales before, you realize, oh well, that's easy in Jamaica. You look on your sales, easy. Have you done any sales? Okay, but have you ever bought more than $5,000 worth of product per day? Great. The place that you bought it from, do you think that more than 10 persons went there for the day? Wonderful. It's easy. It's not a lot of money. It sounds like a lot because we're in Jamaica and so. But I just think it's a starting figure and it's an easy figure. And that is the goal. You get what I mean? 50 grand a day. 10 products. 10, 5. I'm not even doing expensive products. We're doing some $5,000 products that people not will think twice to buy. And the value is much more than the 5,000. And imagine mixing all of that amazing marketing, empathy, and those campaigns with $5,000 products. You win easily. Alright, so the key, empathy and discovery. Never forget those two words. As long as you're in business, you will be successful if you remember those words. Empathy and discovery is really, it's amazing sometimes. Because I'm sure every single person goes through the point where you just never have no money one time. And if you think about it and you say, oh yo, how I can make some money now? It's almost as if every single force is working against you to not realize that. Because it just don't work that way. If you stop and you start saying, you know, who I can help now? I don't know, I will find somebody to help. I will find something to give somebody or to sell somebody. I will find some way to help somebody. In an amazing way, you get the money and you never even realize. So what I'm saying is not make that accidental. Be proactive about it. Be proactive about your empathy. I am not saying, hey, I could try sell 10 products a day. No, what I'm saying is, I could try help 10 persons a day. See, it sounds completely different. And you realize you're talking about two completely different things.
When I say we're going to help 10 persons a day, you start to rethink everything from your product to your communication to every single thing. Akeem might be selling his prayers and might say, yo, I believe that these things need to be in every home. And I'm going to help 10 people a day realize that. And they people pick up when you have their genuine interest at heart. People do pick it up. They discern when you're just trying to get some money from them versus when you're trying to truly help them. They pick it up. So in your marketing and communications, in your product choice, in every aspect of your business, proactive empathy. Then discover, you test something, you analyze the results, you take any learning from that, and you keep testing until you find what works. When you find what works, you blow it up. Yeah? Alright, so finding winning products. This is a part that a lot of persons are interested in, because you will be literally looking at millions of products to choose from, and you're going to say, Stephen, what products can I start with? This, I hope, will allow you to, or help you to find winning products. Right? 1, avoid emotional estimation and seen only validation. Not because you like something, it will work. Not because you see somebody post something on Facebook and it have whole heap of likes and comments, it will work. Test. It takes time because you just want to get some products in for the Christmas market. You just mean you have to test faster. But you have to test. If we don't leave today and not posting some products on your WhatsApp status, you're not doing it right. That's true. You have to be testing. If you haven't found your winning products just yet, you have to be testing. Post out 20 products for the day just to see who inboxing you. And when somebody inbox you, ask them why they like this product. They will think, why do you asking me this? But they'll be happy to share why. You understand? So the Eben test, this is by the guy, his name is Eben Pagan. Very good guy, you can search his material. He is the one who did the $10,000 US course. Very good material. A lot of this material is influenced by his teaching. This is an important test that you should do for any product. 1, is there pain and urgency or irrational passion? For the product that you're going to do, is there pain and urgency or irrational passion? Right? If you can't discern that there is pain and urgency or irrational passion, don't even bother look on the product. So I see some cool beach ball online now and say, yo, I'm mad and I like the design. Question, is there pain and urgency? No. Is there irrational passion? Maybe. But the fact that nobody not going to the beach now is not a good time. You know what I mean? Second thing, are there few or no perceived options? When this whole corona thing started, I remember a lot of persons going in e-commerce and saying, yo, hand sanitizers, masks, you must win with them now. You know, you will have to bring in some whole heap of masks. And then I was like, kind of hesitant about that, you know. Why? Because that's what everybody's going to think. If everybody's going to think that, I mean, you must have a saturation in the market. Down to the man where I sell, like steering wheel cover on the roadside now, you find selling masks. Not to say that in a degrading way, right? Just to say it's very accessible, even if you don't stop. If you stop at the stoplight, a mask becomes available. You know what I mean? So, avoid products where people, either there are a lot of options or people perceive that there are a lot of options. Why? Because the customer is just going to take too long to come to you if they ever come to you.
and you're going to spend a whole heap of money unnecessarily. You understand? 3 is the prospect proactively looking for a solution. Whatever you're thinking of selling, ensure that your customer is already looking for you. I mean, sometimes people aren't aware that they have problems, and you have to really take your time and educate the market. Sure, that's good over the long term, and that's perfect for corporations. You know what I mean? It took about 20 years to convince the American public that a breakfast of milk and eggs was healthy for them. And by the way, that's all public relations, it's not true. Right? But it took a long time to convince them that. And then I know it's just a standard for everybody. You get what I mean? But we don't have that time or that amount of resources. So it helps if we look at products where the customer is already looking for us. And as we do our testing, our market testing, we'll get an idea of what people are looking for. A lot of times, I had a friend who he specifically looked for products that won on TV, and every family is know of and wanted at some point in their life, and he would just sell them. So it's clever. You get what I mean? Because at the end of the day, the people always wanted and were always looking for something like that. Then it finally appeared to them. Alright. 4. Is there the potential for a long-term relationship? We spoke about how important building relationship is with your customer and thinking long-term about these relationships. So for that reason, I encourage everybody who is thinking about selling to think of what they're selling as not products, but categories. The same guy, Eben Pagan, remarkably, he built a multi-million-dollar US business selling dating advice. He says, what on earth are you talking about? But he does information, right? Informational products. Multi-million-dollar business, amazing. Selling dating advice.
Is he certified in dating?
I can tell you what he recommends works, and he gives that for free, and then people buy his material because they want to learn more. Excellent at what he does. Right? And then he said, okay, before he started by just writing a book to help men increase their dates. And then he realized, okay, no, he is not just writing a book. What he's doing is starting a complete category, which is dating advice. So now they can claim to be the leader in dating advice. And yeah, they built a successful business on it. And once again, that business does not have an office. Fully remote staff. So what are we saying about location, right? But, you know, think in categories. When you're thinking about your products, think about your customer and think, you know, what category of products will win with this customer? And then, as you think about the category, you think about the line of products. It can be 2 products, 3 products. Why? Because you have to think about the back end. What I find a lot is that the persons who have sold to and make status updates now, and they inquire about new products, and they come and buy new products. Why? Because I never intended to make one sale to them. Intended to build a relationship with them, and over time they would see new products. And a lot of times that happens by accident. If you be very intentional about that, you can do really well. You get what I mean? Alright. So a quick tip. In searching for items, look for small sized items with a premium look or function. Why?
because you get better margins. Small size decreases the shipping. You can get more at any given time as well. And if it has a premium look or function, you can get a better margin for these products. Higher perceived value. You get what I mean? So that's just a quick tip.
Candice has something to say here. She addressing the first slide. We said something about making $1 million is 50K. Is what? 20. Go up to the first slide.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it's when we say 1 million, oh thanks Candice, when I'm saying making $1 million per month, it sounds like a lot until you break it down. $1 million per month is $50,000 in sales per day for 20 days out of the month. Right? And if 50K per day sounds like a lot, that is just selling 10 products worth $5,000 for the day. And that's not hard. You know, once you've done the other aspects well, the marketing well, the sales well, I mean, the problem what a lot of persons are going to come across is that they may not have the inventory to sell 10 per day once they get everything else right. Which is okay because it means you're going to grow and eventually get there. But it's not difficult to do $1 million per month in sales. And even if you don't start out there in inventory, the good thing is that you know that you have the ability to. And how you'll know is when you realize that you turn on your marketing, because sometimes you just have to pause campaigns because you don't have the inventory. I found myself doing that a lot, right? So you turn on your campaigns, and in the first week or first couple of days, your inventory is finished. That's when you know for sure if you had the inventory, you could do the 50K per day. Even when you turn off your campaigns, there are persons calling you and saying, hey, you know, they saw this, they just get around to buying it. And you have to tell them, all right, as soon as I get more, I'll give you a call. Let me know if that answers your question, Candice. Alright, organic market testing. So these are just a couple of ways we can test products without spending money, which is always good. Like, to test products, a lot of products without spending money, and then when you find out that you have a winner, to dig in, do a paid campaign or so, and then start to order quantity, right? So one WhatsApp status update. If you're in the business of selling products and you're not posting products daily, and I'm guilty of that too. Sometimes, you know, because I'll find a product that I find that is working and I'll just focus on that. But just make it a practice. Post new products daily. See who inbox you. Have a price in mind. You know, work out a price and have the price in mind so that when they inbox you, you can say, hey, you know, this is the cost. We don't have any in stock. Do you want me to let you know when we have? You know? And so yeah, that's important because that will help with the organic testing. Second thing, Facebook, Instagram posts. Post it on your personal profile a bit. Create a business page. Start posting some products. Right? Group posts. A lot of us are in groups. If you have a product relevant to the group, post the product in the group. See what the response is like. If you're not getting any response, it's probably a good idea that you know people aren't. And that doesn't mean that the product won't sell, and it just gives you a better gauge because you might just not be showing it to the right persons, you know. And paid testing with paid promotion is okay as well. Just keep your budget very small, you know. Share with friends and family who fit your avatar. If I believe that George is the person who is going to buy this inflator, can spray, and the power pack, and I go to a George and say, hey, by the way, George, you know, we should be bringing in some of these. Would you want one? And he's not excited, and after you have explained to him the benefits and everything, maybe something is off with the communication or the product. So that's a way of testing as well. Get creative. So the goal is to get data without spending it. Without spending or spending a lot. Put up a flyer. See who call you. Run it in the gleaner. Yeah? See who call. You get what I mean? Get creative with your testing. Because when you find a winning product, you can accelerate the growth. And there's just a lot to cover in terms of paid promotion. I won't be able to get into the details here. But when I'm sending the presentation, I can share resources that can show you how to set up a Facebook and Instagram campaign from scratch and get results. Right? Just because there's just a lot to it. Like each video might be at least half an hour to an hour. Just one with each platform. Yeah, it can come off as complicated. I'd say just take your time with it, but it's something you have to do. So don't make it intimidate you. Just take your time and go through it, because once you get it right, it's a gold mine. You understand? And to one thing to be aware of when you're testing ads, don't just come up with a campaign and put it out and that's it. No. Watch it for a day, watch it for 2 days. Look at the results, then modify from there. Look at the results, then modify. Keep changing your campaigns. If you're targeting persons, just a quick tip, don't target 3 different type of people. Because if the campaign is doing well, you won't know which group is causing that. The guy who sells dating advice is pretty extreme with these things. He would have one product and he would have 10 websites for the one product, just to test the websites. And then he would have 10 different ads running for the 10 different websites. And to make matters worse, he would have 10 different copies. And when I say copies, I mean like the ad text, the wording, for each campaign. Now that's pretty extreme. It's not something you do overnight. But that's the reason why he makes millions of dollars per month selling dating advice. Because you acknowledge that it's not something that you're going to magically figure out. It's something that you figure out after testing. And then knowing when you're getting lucky and accelerating that growth. You understand? Alright. Google search, I'll send a link as well so you can understand how to do Google ads. There are search ads, video ads, display ads, and each of them are completely different in terms of setting up campaigns. Once again, don't let it deter you, because they are gold mines when you get them right. You have international companies in Jamaica who aren't capitalizing on this platform well, and that's why it's a good opportunity for us, because ads are cheaper. Right? Influencer marketing. There are a lot of YouTubers popping up. Reach out to them. Hey, by the way, how much is it for a shout out? How much is it just to give my product a shout out before your video? You may find that they may charge you a little compared to how much you'd spend on, let's say, other ads, and based on their audience, it may be targeted enough and their reach may be better. And by the way, there is social proof, because when seeing your product in an ad is very different from seeing Usain Bolt coming on. By the way, it might be hard to ever get Usain Bolt without promoting. But I'm just saying, if you get the idea, Usain Bolt coming on and say, hey, by the way, guys, if you're not using these intelligence sprayers, you're doing yourself a huge disservice, because I can just go in a room quick and I'm on the go. I'm always on the go. Please check out these things. Call. It's a very different level of marketing from you running an ad for yourself. So influencers, I'm not saying you have to find celebrities, because maybe out of the budget, at least for now. But if you find people with an audience, it may not be a person who every time they upload a video, 20,000 people watch it. 20,000 people watching organically is still a lot. You get what I mean? So reach out to them, by the way, because they're open to this. This is how they make their money. How much is it for a shout out? A 10-second shout out, 15-second shout out before your video starts. And you make it happen. Alright? Next thing, affiliate partnerships. You can really win with this. You might approach a gas station chain and say, hey, I have this new product on the market. I just want you to have it in a little glass case right here. And I pay you $1,000 for every sale. Might be a longer contract to negotiate, but can you imagine how much organic sales you can drive that way? And sales, spending only on sales as well. You know what I mean? So I hope you're getting a lot of angles in terms of how you can approach and drive traffic to your market. Alright, so choosing the right suppliers, buying from USA versus China. China is cheaper. USA is really seeing products coming from China, but they are being sold by resellers. I personally buy from the USA. I've tried products from China, but I've found that the shipping time has just been too unpredictable, thus making that unreliable for me to grow at the rate that I want to grow at. You understand? Unless I was doing like a huge shipment. Like I have a friend who is ordering some products from China. He estimated that he thought he would have gotten it in end of October. He heard November, then now he's here in late December. That's not acceptable, especially when you're trying to catch the Christmas rush. Because that's what I was saying. Most people are going to explore products online and then buy in person for Christmas. To capitalize on that, you'd have to be looking at supply from the US, even if it's from resellers, even if it's at a slightly higher price, because you want something where it can reach the warehouse in a couple of days. And don't worry, we'll assist you with the shipping and everything if that part is a concern, right? Ship it to the warehouse in about a week or two, the products are here. That's what you need to be able to catch this Christmas rush. You know what I mean? Unless you have like inventory already in the US that you had ordered from China that you just want to send to Jamaica. That's a different story. Right? Manufacturers versus resellers, you can buy from both. Just know that with the manufacturers there's a lead time. Sometimes when you might find a nice manufacturer for a unique item, and that's always good. But there's a lead time. It takes a certain amount of time for them to make the product for it based on the order. Right? Well, manufacturers are interesting because you can find some really cool, unusual products that are just not popular, but they have a market for it. I would recommend resellers for starting out. So, platforms like Amazon, AliExpress, eBay are good places to start searching for products. Alright? So check reviews, ratings, and previous order quantity before buying from suppliers. We have just bought products because we found them exciting and haven't checked on this before, and it has come right back to bite us. Right? Akim can tell you because he has experienced it too. You know what I mean? So yeah, check these things before buying. If you're buying without this in place, just know that you're taking a risk. So buy simpler products. Like if you're buying electronics and you're not checking reviews, ratings, and previous order quantity, you're gambling. So check these things, right? Avoid seller shipping method if possible. This is on AliExpress. There are some very nice deals there. A lot of them say seller shipping method. Bear in mind, try to buy it from the US. But if you're looking at seller shipping method, just know that sometimes tracking can be a huge pain if they ever even send the product, right? But the good thing is that AliExpress has good dispute management system. So if they if they didn't do something right,
you'll get back your money, but you can't get back the lost time, revenue and such, right? So try to find the ones that ship through a company, where it says like 3 to 5 business days or 3 to 5 days or what have you, so you can track it. And it's far more reliable. Usually more expensive in terms of shipping, but for me it's like just make sure your pricing makes sense, right? So I'd say if you see a product for $10, estimate that it's going to cost $20 for everything. It's likely to be less, but make that your worst case price, right? And then put your markup on top of that. You get what I mean? So you have to look for very low cost products if you're trying to get to that $5,000 selling mark. And you might hear me emphasizing that $5,000 figure. I'm not quite sure why. I'll just make Akeem share quickly just some data to, in terms of where the market is and why paying close attention to pricing is important now.
Alright, you can hear me? So basically, an important statistic for businesses. So basically, an important statistic for businesses is the CPI inflation rate, which is the consumer price index inflation rate. If you check on the Statin JA website, you will notice that the first thing that you will see is a chart showing the CPI index, the CPI inflation rate. Since the start of COVID, we notice that the CPI is trending downwards. So it trends from 1.4 to 0.2 currently. So that's a major decrease in the CPI inflation rate. And basically the inflation rate is driven by employment rate. So a gain in unemployment, which would mean more people being laid off or losing their jobs. If more people don't have a job, there will be less demand on products generally. Just generally, there will be a less demand on products. Because let's say Tom, if he had a salary or he had a steady income, he would maybe go to shopping every weekend. He would maybe go to buy a product, buy a shirt or a pants every weekend. But now Tom has to rethink that and maybe have to demand the pants or the shirt probably once a month now. So you will see generally goods would have a less demand if less people have a steady income. So the inflation rate is just an indication to businesses how much they can make a profit. So basically, so you will know from the graph and the statistic that if it drops from 1.4 to now 0.2, generally a lot of people don't have as much spending power at one point. So you have to rethink your markup. You have to know that you can't put on as much a big markup, or you will hold on to your product a little longer. So maybe if you at the price at one time, if people had their jobs and had a steady income, your product will move a lot faster. But now at that price it is moving a lot slower, and that is because of the CPI inflation rate.
Alright, thanks a lot. So, as you realize, and I've found it to be the case, in the US you'll find that in the good, like a nice price point is $19 and under. And you probably experience the same thing. Products over $19 in the US are slower to sell, right? $19 and under, people buy almost without thinking. Jamaica under. Once it's something that people need, they usually can find the money to buy the same day. Worst case, mountain, right? But once you start to get over that figure, you start to get a bit more complicated. Unless you're dealing with other individuals, let's say small business owners, etc., who see it as an investment and they are comfortable making that decision. But for the general public, try to keep your prices under $5,000 for the basic items that you're selling, small premium items. Alright? Damaged goods, no goods and dispute handling. From some suppliers, sometimes goods are sold damaged, and a lot of times that happens because like bad packing or so in shipping, and they didn't have like enough cushion or so in the packaging, so products come damaged. It's usually a matter of just taking the pictures, sending suppliers, and requesting at least a partial refund, right? The better suppliers you work with, the less this happens. So try to work with proven suppliers with reviews, good ratings, and a large amount of previous order quantity. No goods. Sometimes you'll order from suppliers and they'll just not ship the goods. You'll see a tracking number and it's not going anywhere for a long time. And in this case, based on platform Amazon or AliExpress or what have you, you have to just start a dispute and work with them. Amazon usually sell products a little bit more expensive, but they usually are a bit more stringent in terms of suppliers, so you usually get better. It's usually more reliable. AliExpress, you can find good deals. Just know the risks involved and how to choose good suppliers on the platform. And worst case, AliExpress has a good dispute management system where if you're not getting anywhere with the supplier, they'll step in and they'll help and usually resolve it in an amicable manner. Yeah, so that's about it for that. And as we seek to conclude, I just want to give you an idea of what we provide as Invenstor for persons who are seeking to sell online. So shipping to Jamaica, we do consolidated shipping, meaning it comes with other products, which means it decreases the unit cost of your items. And we ship, and that's by sea, by the way. So you're not paying expensive rates like you should ship something like ship me or so, which is good for personal items, but not so good for business, especially if you're trying to sell $1 million a month worth of products. Physical and online sales. We list your products on the website, as well as we provide a physical space to sell the products. Currently, we're operating from this very building here, but by next month, we're moving to a dedicated space so that we can take on storage as well of items. And that's in New Kingston, just around the road, right? Warranty, complaints, refunds, and returns. Though our interest is to protect the sellers, we also respect that we should protect the buyers to have a good, sustainable business going for both the sellers and the buyers. So we do request that you provide at least a 30-day warranty if you're selling through Invenstor on your products, right? Complaints, to be friendly with the customer and facilitate returns and refunds in that 30 days, if possible. You know, it's all based on the situation, right? But we still do believe in creating a good environment for customers and a good brand, so that anytime a customer comes to the platform to purchase, they are very comfortable purchasing online or in person. Alright? And local delivery and local shipping and delivery. Right now we facilitate shipping through Knotsford Express and Zipmail. Knotsford Express, as you know, shipped island-wide to different different locations. Zipmail to different post offices, and in certain locations they actually have physical delivery. So these are the services that we use at the moment to facilitate that Tracking inventory sales and profits. This is very critical. If you don't have a sheet like this, I can send you an example during the with the rest of materials. Alright, Candice, pardon the delay. I have products currently that I want to sell. How can I do so? Alright, Candice, I'm going to provide an email address. Just go ahead and send me an overview of the products you have and quantities, and we'll allow you to get started there. Once it complies with our selling terms, which of course no illegal items, right? Great. Tracking inventory sales and profits. You have to be tracking these numbers. You'd be surprised the amount of people who don't have a clue what they have in the storeroom. You have to be tracking your numbers. So I just block this out for privacy. But that's the last updated. These are the names of the products, the quantity left in stock. As you see, there's a unit cost, a retail price, the stock value, the quantity sold, the value of the sales, the profit as a result, any discounts applied. So you see the total stock value, total sales, gross profit, and there's some other terms. Accounts receivables if you're doing anything on credit. I don't recommend that you do a lot of credit right now, especially when you just starting out. Try to collect up front. And accounts payables if you have any item like shipping expenses that you need to pay, or any ad spend, ads that you need to pay you need to pay for, etc. Right? But yeah, track all your numbers. This is how you know if you're growing. You know what I mean? As I said, there are a lot of businesses that are selling and they're just getting by and they have no ideas what their numbers look like. Don't be one of those businesses. And after a while, if you're earning $1 million per month and your books aren't right, you're going to get be in a very serious tax problem after. So keep good records. Make a note of any amount that you spend, any amount that you receive daily. Just make a quick note. Plus for what you earn, negative for what you spend, the amount, the what it is related to. There's even a credit top up. You get what I mean? And the date. We'll save you a whole heap of time and effort later. Alright, so international sales through the Megastore fulfillment. So we offer access to the North American market, the storage and packaging of products before they ship to the customer, and payment to the local account, payment to your local account, and they provide resources and training to accelerate your growth. So we usually go to this stage after you've been selling in Megastore locally. You get what I mean? So after you're familiar with the platform, let's say you're doing $1 million a month and you say, hey, Stephen, I really believe I've saturated this market with my product offerings. If you believe that, right? And I think there's a product that I want to bring to the US market, you can choose to work through this service to get it done. Alright, so Invenstor, the platform that you will use to list your products, track sales data and statistics, connect with other sellers and learn and share resources, receive training support to grow your store. Especially if you're working full time and you're getting revenue from your store and you want to look at, let's say, a loan, let's say an unsecured loan or what have you, to grow your inventory, you can connect it to loan providers as well, and make and receive store related payments. So this is what you'll be using this platform for. So this is the boring stuff, right? This is just administration and how to get the business working. I think the previous stuff that we talked about before was really how to get it off the ground. This is just what you use to manage all the process. Alright? So yeah, I think that's about it for the session. Once again, we're going to a Q&A session. Feel free to ask questions about this presentation or even the previous presentation if you want to.
My question is, like, what would be the cost to sell
On Megastore, good question. So what we do, if let's say you're doing marketing and sending your customer, we just charge $100 per sale. Per sale. Per sale. Right? That's just a fee that we charge, a processing fee. Now, let's say, because we do marketing as well on behalf of persons selling on Megastore, we drive marketing and drive customers. If our customer for our marketing, let's say we're spending $50,000 in marketing on a specific product, and we only do this if you have a certain quantity, by the way. So let's say you have 10 to 20 of a certain product, and we say, okay, we're going to spend a certain amount on advertising to drive sales for that product. We charge an 8% commission. That's if we bring the customer to purchase the item. So what we suggest in your pricing, you mark it up by about 10%, just in case we are the one driving the sales. And there's a reason why we charge 8%, because on the platform we have an affiliate program where we pay 5% to the affiliates if they drive the sales through the platform. I don't know if that answers the question though for the pricing. But there's no fee that we charge to join or anything. It's just like consolidated shipping, as you know, you'd have to put in through the store, and the sales on like processing fee on sales, which is $100 in most cases. If we are doing a promotion for you, we charge an 8% commission.
Can we asking if it's $100 per sale?
Per sale, correct. That's if you're sending your customers and we're facilitating them. So in that case, we'd have the products in storage and you're just sending your customers. We find this to be perfect for persons, especially who they are, let's say, working full time, or they don't have a location for their business or so, and they want a central location to send customers to purchase. Yeah, we do the fulfillment. Yeah.
Okay, and can you ask if she can get the slides, both presentations?
Yes, she can. She can. So I'll go ahead and send an email. I'll send an invitation to the platform. Sign up for free, and you will have access to the resources there. I'll just go ahead and send the presentation. We should have a recording of this, so I'll send it for review. Yeah.
And she said she signed up for the affiliate program.
Okay, great. Yeah, the affiliate program is good if you want to earn like extra income, but it's good for passive income. What we're focusing on is like active income, getting to $1 million per month while keeping the security of your day job. Because I'm not going to encourage anybody to say, hey, no, stop working, man. Jump in this business. No. Get to $1 million per month while being comfortable at work, right? And then, you know, you can decide from there, okay, I think I need to grow this to 10 million. I think I need to go back and be active in this physical. That's true.
Most top level managers are probably not even making
$1 million per month. That's true as well. That's true. I guess it's going to Canada really shift your perspective on income. When you realize that person's salaries are $10,000 Canadian a month, you start to think and say, hey, what am I doing? You know, what am I doing, like, you know, earning that certain amount when I can do this in business easily when person's salaries are this, right?
Candice says, if you're selling the products for me, would I send them all to you?
Yes and no. You'd send a certain quantity that is sufficient to for the demand based on how much customers you're expecting, and you'll update the inventory as it goes along. You get what I mean? But she definitely doesn't have storage. Sure, she can. A lot of our sellers do mixed channel approaches. So they have some of their inventory on hand and they send us some. Yeah.
Candy says she wants to get even $500,000 monthly plus her current salary.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good, and that's what we facilitate. For you can, because a lot of people, you're doing business, but you really don't have time or even the capacity to be dealing with customers through the day. You just need that place where your products can be sold on a consistent basis in a professional way, and you're still earning while you're. And I'll omit his name just for his privacy, but he's an engineer and he works long hours. He works night shifts and stuff, and sometimes the time he's waking up to go to work is when everybody is looking to go to bed, right? Even if he wanted to do a business like that, he wouldn't have the ability to do it. But when he got the opportunity to sell through Megastore, he bought a couple items, spent like $20,000 on items. As soon as the items came, they were sold within a week, and he turned that 20,000 into 40,000, and then he just continued, all from the comfort of his day job.
Very, very possible.
Yeah. Yeah. And you don't have to start with a lot of money. Start wherever you can start. That's the best advice. If it's one product you can buy and sell, but start there. I recommend buying at least 10 if you can, but of course it's after you test. You have to test.
What's the recommended amount of testing?
Alright, so I just hear like 3 different questions, so I'm just going to try to answer his own and then go here and then here, right?
Yeah.
Find new products, great. AliExpress, Amazon, eBay, you can start there. There are many suppliers, but you can start there and just select suppliers only. Alright? And just start posting some products. As I say, pricing double price that you see just to be safe, add a markup, and then convert that to the Jamaican currency. It's not going to be so expensive, but just to test.
So like when I said you include shipping in the price or charge of shipping?
No, you include shipping in the price. Include all your fees in the price. Because what you don't want is your consumer to come and purchase and then you say, oh, so this for shipping. It throws them off.
Like cost for shipping?
That's a good question. It varies. And it all depends on the quantity. Let's say you're buying one. I remember buying one camera to test before, right? And I paid like $3,500 for everything, buy and ship, right? And then I said the next shipment, I realized I really liked it. It worked. There's the market. Bought 10. My shipping went down to $600 per item from $1,200. And then I said, okay, nice. And then I went ahead, bought 40 of them, and then I got the shipping down to like $300 per unit. So that's what I'm saying. The more you order, because of the consolidated shipping, is the lower your shipping cost will be per unit.
Okay.
So I think you were asking, I just trying because the question is related.
I was asking what's the minimum
Recommended
for testing?
for testing.
Percentage?
0. Meaning test your market before buying the product. Ensure that you have buyers, right? Then after you get to test in the market, when you find a reputable supplier, I recommend about 10 to start. You get what I mean? Especially from a new supplier, I wouldn't really exceed 10. 5, 10. And then when you find the supplier is good, sure, any amount. That's it. You're asking.
I was asking if Megastore does testing.
That's a very good question, because a lot of times items come and they're either damaged or defective or so, and that's just a reality of the market that we're in when you're buying a lot from suppliers. we wouldn't be able to test every item as they come, but before sale we can test on demonstration to the client.
The testing, I don't think like product testing. Like, you guys say the marketing for the persons.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have a product testing section where, say, a person suggesting a product and they want you to just run the test and send them the data, and they will make the decision after that. They should do the testing and then.
I recommend doing it. That's a good question. I recommend doing the testing. However, we do provide data on the platform for sales trends for products that are doing well, so that you can look at them. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So that will give you an idea, a better idea of where to start.
I have two questions here. One from Howard Clark says, will they charge a storage fee to hold the inventory? That's Howard Clark.
I think that is something that we have to, because we don't charge that up front, and that's because we have never had a situation where inventory has stayed for a long time just because of the way we recommend going about it. If it exceeds 3 months, we'd have to look at a storage fee. But if you are doing it the right way and the way we are recommending it, you won't have inventory staying for 3 months. You know what I mean?
Second question from Candice is, can I order products and have them sent to you how for the inventory?
Yes, you can, and we provide a shipping address for that because we provide the consolidated shipping to decrease your unit shipping cost.
So, in general, the more people you have shipping, as it decrease the shipping per one?
It will decrease the shipping
Per
cost.
unit for every item?
It will decrease the unit cost. That's why it's called consolidated. Yeah.
So the more items you have being shipped.
Right.
How often does the shipping come? Like once a week?
Once a week.
Once a week?
Yeah. They clear once a week.
Okay.
So once it gets to them 1 week, they should get it to you by the following week. Yeah. And we do provide it if like you want to have a hands-off approach where you're shipping the products from the US and it's coming straight to us and you're sending customers straight to us, that's fine. Matter of fact, that's what we're set up for. If it is that you want to say, hey, okay, my products are here, I want to come and collect them and go through them individually and then bring them back. Akeem has done that for some of his products. That's fine as well. Or I want to take them, package them and bring them back. That's fine as well. But let's say you have named your product and you want to put on a sticker on it with your brand name. That's fine. You understand? Let's say you have a customer and you want to come and pick up the product and bring it to the customer. That's fine. You understand? We try to be as flexible as possible because it's really set up to help sellers, especially sellers who would want to do it full time but don't have the capacity to do it full time because of either resources or time limitations. Yeah.
I would say is the charge of $100 per
Per item.
per
Yeah.
item.
Yeah. And I think that at average $5,000 retail cost, that's not bad. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, man.
And if you sell it for the person,
Yeah.
you know people that
And when I say if we sell it for the person, referring to if we bring the customer
bring the customer.
through our marketing, that's a 8% commission. Because there are persons who may want to bring in products, but they're like, yeah, you know, I don't really want to do all of that marketing aspect of it. We can. And in that case, if you're regarding product testing, there are products that we would recommend based on large demand. And because we sell products personally, but a lot of what we sell is to ensure that what we teach is accurate. You get what I mean? So Like selling the cameras now, I can say, hey, by the way, if you want to supply 500 of those cameras, wonderful. We have the market for it. No problem.
Can this other question, when you have specific days, inventory has to be in hand, to arrive by the investor has to be handed in to arrive by the following week.
So let me just, do they have specific date arrive by the following week? Yes, so let's say it takes roughly a week. So if you want your items for the following Friday, you have to ensure that it was delivered the previous Friday by your supplier. You get what I mean? 2 weeks on average, and the reason is because sometimes the supplier takes roughly a week or more to ship the product.
Like the product reach Monday, they have to wait a week before it ship off, and a Friday before the shipment.
Yeah. That's a good question, and that's why we're recommending getting moving on supplying or on stocking up from now. Not delaying in terms of stocking products up. And your budget may be limited, or so it depends. But stock up what you can stock up. As a matter of fact, if you have somebody who can invest in your specific business and say, you let them know exactly what you're doing, you show them the data, and they're willing to invest in it, work with them. You get what I mean? Because I think now the Christmas season is an excellent opportunity for us. I don't think it's an opportunity we should make passes, especially in this situation. Oh, seasonal niches. No, I love niches. I don't like seasonal niches. Niches are very good because a lot of times people are not paying attention to that category or that type of product, and you can win it, but in the long term. Because you can imagine you spend so much time and effort to find some Christmas bells that you bring down, and then you don't have nothing to do with that in January. No. So niches are excellent. Seasonal niches, I'm not big on them. Other persons would argue otherwise, but I'm just thinking long term.
What does it say about faster shipping time? Just asking that question. Like how ship me once it reaches, people get it here by 2-3 days.
Unfortunately, no. And it's the method of shipping. We do it by container.
Yeah. I'm very you guys have that option as well.
No.
People, so let's say he's interested in dropshipping and he's getting the product and he'd like it to be delivered.
In that time, no. Just because we have found that, let's say even through ShipMe, it's good when you're doing a little thing. Once you start to grow it, the costs get out of control. You get what I mean? When you start to try and think about bringing 100 items, it's just practical for business.
Consolidated shipping is better for business growth.
For business growth. If you're doing personal items, sure, ship me anywhere, right? There are a lot of shipping companies. But for business growth, consolidated shipping.
Somebody say remember Black Friday and Cyber Monday season.
Yeah.
As good opportunities to sell for online selling.
They do. Christmas is going to be very exciting for people doing business online. Very exciting. I'm not saying coronavirus is going to go away, no, but within that, within the pandemic, we are presented with very unique opportunities that I think we should just run with. Yeah, man, we do have some time, so if there are any more questions, any concerns, any um, suggestions, advice is very good because we can bounce ideas around as well.
Um, does the is there insurance for products being shipped? As in, suppose they are damaged during shipping. How do we go about that?
That's a good question. It's something you have to talk with your supplier on because what you find that, no, that's what it is because what you find that damage during shipping usually is as a result of bad packaging because it changes hands so many places. It's only good packaging can combat.
So I'm talking from the warehouse, that's not possible. There can't be a damage from shipping.
I'm not saying it can't, because it's hard to track where that damage can come from. And it can happen anywhere. So the best thing is to buy from suppliers that offer good packaging up front. Isn't it? Or sturdy products, because some products are designed from inferior materials as well, which make them very prone to damage as well. So that is something to look into. But you will find this while looking on the reviews and comments under the supplier, because it's very likely if they have a badly packaged product, other persons would have complained. Do you have an option where we can send you, for example, 10,000 GMD, you select the product and send me what was purchased so I can track what my profit would be? Candice, yes and no. The reason why I say yes and no is we do have products that we recommend based on performance, and then you can choose to invest in these products, and when the sales come in, you get your profit and you're able to track all your revenue and spend, etc. But buying the products, we would sell it and then pay you based on the revenue that is received. But we don't necessarily take money to buy products personally. It's something that you'd have to buy. We do provide recommendations, but you'd have to choose your supplier, or you can work with the supplier that we recommend, but you'd have to do the purchasing. Let me know if that answers the question.
Is it that it shows different sellers, or the platform is just the product it shows?
Just the products. So you'll find that Invenstor will be the platform where sellers will spend most of the time. Invenstor. Right, that's the platform where sellers will sell most of the time. Megastore is where consumers, buyers spend most of the time. Yeah. So for the buyers, we just wanted a very fluid experience for them. And the sellers now would be able to list and everything else on a different platform. For the sellers, right. And then we do bank transfers after. Right.
Yeah.
That's it.
After a sale, does the customer get their does the seller get their money?
Get their money. We usually take about 1 to 2 business days. So same day or 2 business days. Yeah. And this is because we do bank transfer. If the seller wants to swing by and collect it, perfect, no problem. Right, but we usually have to deposit it and then do a bank transfer. Timeline, yeah. And we should have a card machine as well on the way, so we would be taking card payments as well.
Janice asked if as a seller, are the discounts available for sellers when purchasing on Invenstor?
That's a good question. So we do actually, that's a good question, because we do have something from our supplier where If we share a link to new sellers, they actually provide a $25 credit for new sellers. So that would be good because that's maybe even one free product, you know. So yeah, I can share that link in the resources as well. Invenstor, good question. It's just about from about June actually of this year, right after the pandemic started. So we're designed to basically adapt to the marketplace. Yeah.
And then somebody asked, speaking of banks, is there a preferred affiliate bank for purchasing products online?
Ensure that whichever bank you're going through, you have they give you at least a Visa debit or credit card so you can shop online. You know, that's what I'd say. NCB doesn't know it, right? Almost all of them, right? Yeah. So once they give you a Visa debit card, because you'd be purchasing from your suppliers.
And PayPal is becoming an increasing place for people to do money transfer as well.
Yeah, PayPal.
Yeah. So some banks have a partnership with PayPal.
So here's the only challenge with PayPal. PayPal is good to transfer money back and forth, especially for us because we can spend that money back online. But if you are receiving payments via PayPal and you don't spend a lot online, it becomes challenging to get the money from PayPal to your local account. Depending on the bank, some banks allow you to deposit it in an account, some don't.
Kristen from Canada, some suppliers provide samples when purchasing certain quantities. Would you ensure the reseller receives this item?
Yeah, you would receive. In terms of the fulfillment, I said the two sides is one getting the products to Jamaica, and the other side is getting the products in the hand of your buyer. So any amount that is shipped, that's what you would receive. That's what you would receive. Yeah, so product categories, and you know, if you find a winning product and you feel like the demand far exceeds the supply, feel free to reach out to another seller and say, hey, by the way, you're willing to come in on this, we can work something out. Be flexible in that way. You get what I mean? If you have some inventory to offload and another supplier believes that they can do a better job at selling them right now based on the market that they have, speak with the supplier, trade inventory.
So Invenstor facilitates that?
Would facilitate the interaction between sellers to do that kind of thing. So the community of sellers is important because I do believe that you might have a fragmented discovery process, and as we share knowledge, grow to each grow at a fast rate. And the market can definitely support the growth, both here and North America. You know.
How much member of the part of the
So now it's with 5 sellers. Right, so because it has never, it's the first time we're opening it up to the public in terms of people selling on the platform. And we specifically chose individuals who are seeking to start a high profit business versus going out to like retailers and saying, hey, we want to list your inventory. You get what I mean? Because we believe in that Amazon philosophy, which is like, we want to be a platform that empowers people. I think Bashko and Azans and all of those other platforms are good. They're comfortable. I don't think that I would have been like the person to help them. Sure, we can increase their sales. Sure, we can let them make 100 million. But I don't think that would have been, and this is just not from a personal point of view, I don't think I would have been serving my higher purpose doing that. To bring somebody from making $50,000 to $1 million a month, and then bringing 100 people to do that, I believe then I would be fulfilling my higher purpose. It's easy to make a corporate company make more money. It's very easy. They already have the resources. You just have to know what you're doing, right?
Targeting small businesses for that purpose.
Right.
Where they go.
Right, because what do you think is going to happen after you start making $1 million a month? You're going to hire more people. You're going to want to bring it to making 10 million per month. And you're going to either continue in this venture or start new ventures, which is going to provide more employment, which is going to help our economy. There you go. A big corporation earning another 50 to 100 million per month, that's nothing to them.
Question from two questions. It says, three questions. Is there a benefit for me if I recommend another seller that's from Candice?
You'll feel good, Candice. You'll help someone, No, we don't have like a structured, like incentivized program for bringing on new sellers. And that's because, as you realize, we don't even charge to bring on sellers. The aim is to really help and empower persons to get to $1 million per month. And that's why half of the training is dedicated to businesses that probably wouldn't even have anything to do with mega stores. Just doing well at online business.
Alright, so that was from Candice. Next one is, do you have an advertising service for resellers, particularly those who have a store for their products?
Well, if it's a small supplier that they're looking to get additional sales through the platform, we do facilitate that. We do facilitate sellers who are bringing on, who want to list inventory and grow their sales through our platform. It's just that we're not particularly looking at bigger corporations, no. It's more smaller sellers.
Alright, and another question says, what has been the level of traffic since June for Invenstor? Meaning, how many visitors you get per day?
Okay, have to check in terms of our statistics, but what I can tell you is that we don't look at traffic in that way. What we look at is sales and spend, right? So when we spend, let's say, $100 on marketing, we want that to generate at least $100,000 in sales. So that's what we look at. So we're not trying to get, let's say, 5,000 people coming to the website and not much sales to show for it. Right, window shopping, right? What we're trying to get is people going to a specific product and converting because they visited that product. So yeah, in terms of what we track, it would have been sales and spend. Good question, no. Actually, you can set up your own social media and such for advertising. You can just send them to Megastore if you want a platform for them to be able to purchase online or in person. You get what I mean? Suppose your customer reach out to you and say, hey, you know, I'm in your area and you want to bring it to them. Sure, you bring it to them and you sell it. You get what I mean? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You saw part of it being on Megastore, as you realize with the branding and everything, is specifically designed to build trust for the consumer. I'm sure you've probably come across a lot of people selling online or through WhatsApp. And what we've found is if they don't have a specific platform where people know the name and feel confident to buy, they usually have an issue. I share a story. Actually, my cousin, he sells online, and before he started trying some products with us, he used to sell by just going and meeting customers. And he would go to the customers, let's say in halfway through your common location, and they would always ball on his price. They'd always try to negotiate hard with him. Why? Because the customer looks and says, oh, this is a guy trying a little thing. When a customer comes to Megastore on the other hand, whether it is online or in person, they just say, okay, this is the price. It's like going to Shoppers Fair or Megamart or any other platform and saying, oh, this is their price, I pay at the price. So we found that you have an increase in sales and an increase in profits when you have a platform that is legitimate. Yeah. Oh, so maybe I'm not getting it right.
One question is that, alright, we are going to sell on this platform, right, which is Megastore.
Right.
When you're directing a customer, making ads or whatever to get the product, advertise the product as getting on Megastore, that's what I'm asking.
So in terms of the link that you link back from your promotion, it would bring them to the Megastore. Yeah. You don't have to, but we recommend it because we realize it increases conversion. Because you could have said, WhatsApp me. But I have just found that you have far better conversion when they go on a website and they have all the images and the details and everything and they see that okay, it's legitimate, all the products are there, etc. Then they WhatsApp you. You get what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look at it like selling on Amazon. Like, you can sell on Amazon or off Amazon, but there's a certain level of trust which it needs. Yeah. And customers, they want to. Yes and no. A lot of Amazon traffic is driven by the sellers.
You must say Amazon is a platform where you can't do anything. Amazon is a platform that have the customers already. So all you need is put your goods on Amazon and you get the customer on Amazon.
I wish it was so simple. But a lot of times, he sells on eBay Amazon, so you can tell it's not so simple. Yeah, and even now.
It wasn't as competitive. You could have just list something on Amazon and could have sold. But now if you list it, have 1,000 sellers, how would you ever make your own?
Nobody not going to see it. Oh, that's in theory. In practice, you have to do paid advertisement or find niches or list early a lot of stuff.
You have to pay them. You have to pay per click promotions.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a form of paid advertisement. I have paid them and then put the thing on the top of it as an ad.
Yeah.
And if they get them every click you have to pay.
But I'm saying that you're going to drive customers to Amazon. Amazon is on the platform already.
No man, you drive. Alright, I'm gonna give you an
You
example.
can try it from Facebook to your thing. Say make like a t-shirt. That one of the design them on Amazon. Nobody know it. Millions of designs. So you advertise it on Facebook. And direct them back to Amazon.
You remember the marketing funnel? That's what it come back to.
That only work when it's unique. You see, if it's a product that everybody have, well, what happen now, then we come from Amazon and then say, what's that?
And Amazon is designed to show comparing prices. So when a man has sell at a loss for credit card rewards,
Alright.
I have a virgin who he sells knee braces on Amazon, right? He has been selling them for a while. And after a while he realized his sales just stopped completely. I was saying, what's happening here? I can't figure it out. He never changed him ads, by the way, he was advertising on Amazon. Never changed him ads, never changed him pricing, nothing. Sales just stopped. Traffic was still there, but sales stopped. He had to go on the platform from another browser, another device, and then he found out that a competitor was running a placement on his product at a reduced price. There's no way no customer is going to buy a more expensive one from a competitor with less reviews and sales. You get what I mean? So, and that's a part of the reason why North America is a bit saturated as well. Jamaica is an open opportunity. Yeah. But you need that top of the funnel advertising, you know, your Facebook page, your name, your branding, and everything for drive sales. You get what I mean? Because, and that's why I said name your products too. Name your products. Somebody go and when them search on Google, is you them find. Them see it on a reputable platform with other products, reviews they've heard about the platform, they feel more comfortable to buy. You know, it actually surprised me the amount of online sales we get through Megastore in a market like Jamaica. You get what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. So we did initially expect, I mean we do get a lot more in-person sales. A lot more persons are comfortable. They pay their money and they get the product and gone. That's just the reality. Some persons are even more comfortable with a bank transfer. Right? And then they get the products in. Bank transfer? Yeah. Well, and it's the reality of what we're dealing with. So, and then a part of it is people experiences. Like you go through that no matter how I tell you. And that's why for a whole heap of small independent sellers, they need a central platform with a brand. Because at the end of the day, somebody sends something to Megastore, they know Megastore is a registered business, official business, they know exactly where to find Megastore if something go wrong. You get what I mean? And that gives them a certain level of confidence to interact with the store. If they don't get their product in 2 days and it's sent through Notford Express, them come up to the office and them find and them say, wait, what's happening with my product? But if Bobby says, send me to Bobby Williams and this is my personal NCB number, account number, and then Bobby Williams disappeared, the person don't have anything, so they're not going to take that chance. You know? And we're not interested in like little hustles here and there. We're interested in, as I say, bringing 100 sellers to $1 million per month in sales. We know it's not a hard target, but that is the target that we have set and we want to bring people to. Man.
So what kind of products are you finding good on the site?
Um, we find that earphones. There's a demand for Bluetooth earphones.
Okay.
Smartwatches.
Same pro.
Same product.
Earbuds pro. Yeah, you
Yeah.
selling some earbuds pro.
Oh, you have some for sale now?
Well, them ones I have now.
Them finish. Yeah, there's a demand for them.
Yeah,
Smart.
I got chilling and all that, and when it just released me, I'll be a hammer by CMP.
Yeah?
Just imagine what happened to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I just, in America, we put it on offer up and it just gone.
Yeah.
Like, you don't need to order more. My supply kind of quick still, like,
Nice.
5 days, I send another 30.
From China?
Yeah.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the nice things to have.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, China, you can check made in China, Alibaba, to start with. But
Really,
Alibaba, yeah, them is pretty good.
yeah, man, I'm picking up.
But it's just that I found after the pandemic started, the delivery times became very unpredictable from
Yeah,
China.
you start get even more complaints. Because the last order, I order like 50.
Yeah.
And I get more complaints. I'm like, they're not here.
Oh, yeah, the quality.
I don't know what
Yeah.
happened. So that's kind of said, alright, let's bruise it. Then make
A good amount, yeah.
to the first couple of, I got paid $300.
Yeah.
That's like,
Yeah, man. You can have some products you can win with, man.
yeah, that's
Win.
not just the ones that can watch a trend. You know, I think that you know about earbuds too. And look when the new one are released. China get $1 million. They have played with that already.
Yeah.
No, man, they contact the same company that make it too. I'm telling them, say, interested in some ones, then email them up, man.
Yeah.
And start sending videos on it and everything, man. I said, oh, send me a sample, send me 3.
Yeah.
I'm going to test them. And it would, right now it's just, right now we don't want to stop that one, we don't want like create one.
Oh.
I never know you want to create your own.
And brand it.
All the good features of the expensive one.
And you can do that easy from China too, that's good.
Understand? Yeah, that's how I'm gone.
Yeah.
I want to get people to trust him also. When they properly use as an influencer, man.
Yeah.
Test it. Do that with your man. Just test it and talk about it.
Yeah.
Don't find it, no. Once I watch my YouTube, don't find the dropshippers and that they come. They find a product where and so where them start them whiting the bit.
Yeah,
When
man.
the bit start to
Yeah,
sell
but
out the story. Sometimes they pick up sell that product to somebody or something.
Yeah.
some man start on the market from far, and some man start on group. Start on Facebook group.
Mm-hmm.
People interested in my earphone, and every day man is for earphone, which is the best and whatever.
Yeah.
You ever seen pop up with a earphone?
It's true.
Yeah, I wonder where that style come from. Yeah, listen. Rich.
Yeah. Yeah.
The man that started just a start a group, man.
You see when you truly empathize with the customer,
Confidence in him.
just put out something.
This is the greatest one I've ever seen. People interested in that in that group, and there are 200,000 persons in that group.
Yeah.
People love Bluetooth.
Yeah.
I'm trying to post everything people are just got like that. It's like a man drop $1 million US dollars in there after $1.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody will know. Yeah,
You
there's no going back, you know. You see, with the direction where we're going, the world is either there already or going there. Yeah, man. There's no going back. You see me? So, the opportunities that we have now, we just have to maximize them. When, yeah. And you know, once there's needs and pains, there's always the opportunity. And economics is economics. You can't argue against it. You have demand and supply. Once there's excess supply, you know, the prices drop, the competition is stiff, etc. But somewhere along the way, there's low competition and there's high demand, and it's just we must find it. It's always a delicate balance, like a seesaw, right? You just have to find that balance. And it's timing and trends, as you say. Timing and trends. Yeah.
Is that really sustain? I suppose there is no new. Yeah, but I suppose there is no new version of that thing. Probably for a long time.
Yeah.
I look for something else to release. They have new releases in it, so you don't know about the new release, the newest. So Samsung Galaxy have a release and Samsung. And you want to make it, they're putting a Google and tell them. Then tell them you need to know when it can come out now.
Steve, Candice asks, is there a reseller WhatsApp group that helps facilitate the share of these links?
You know, that would be very helpful, Candice. I can go ahead and create one. I was trying to avoid the WhatsApp group just because I know it can be. There are so many groups that you're oftentimes a part of. I think it's best to keep it on the platform so people can come there and share resources rather than another WhatsApp group to join. You know. WhatsApp, yeah. Imagine that. Yeah, we'll have a forum on the website that will make it easy for sellers to connect. Oh, for Facebook and okay. Is it because we have so many videos on that? I figured it would be easier to just share them. Because there's so many of them. Yeah, I'll share them with it. No man, not. Yeah. So not videos that we created. There's so many amazing videos on them.
Then go through step by step, but sometimes you don't like somebody will do it, but do it already.
Yeah.
So, what you're not going to really send the campaign.
Yeah.
Just basically go through it, like just create a lot, and then everybody will create one. And then everybody will understand the night.
Of it. We can look into something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then I'm more comfortable than them guess and spell when they go through it first.
Yeah.
Facebook one is so complicated. What I noticed, there will sometimes send a tips. Like, there will sometimes send a tips. Like, once you advertise on Facebook, they will sometimes send a tips on how to word the things, keep it short, colorful, interesting, so people can
Oh, as you said that, we only have about 10 minutes left in here, but as you said that, I really should have covered something. And I just want to show you a screenshot of it quickly, because I think it's so important. Alright, let's go back to this icebox campaign.
Oh, this is too small, right?
I don't know if people understand this.
They won't be able to see it. No, I can share it. I can share examples in the resources. But I just think it would be good to share with this group now. Alright. This is a quick example of how to put a campaign together with good copy, with advertising. We start with the avatar, right? So let's call her Patrice, female, 35. Occupation, nurse. Her interests, art, fashion, interior decor, unique items, comfort, home accessories, tastemakers, trendsetters, underground sexy music. That's her thing, right? Her fears, not being loved and appreciated by her close circle, being uncomfortable in her own house, waking up in a bad mood because she couldn't sleep well, getting lost in anxiety and overthinking, being lonely, fear of being robbed or cheated, not trying new things or truly living. Now, by the way, we're going towards our product, but we're not starting with the product, right? Now, there's a particular product that we're marketing and some mini ACs. What I want to show you is how you start from here and then all of this come back to a campaign. Alright?
So is that an actual individual or you just going to do
This is actually an individual though. Not the name isn't the same, but I'm doing it. And when you're doing avatars, it's good to do it based on somebody you know, so that you know your data at least is realistic. You understand? So what's her situation? Pat comes home after a long day of work and wants to relax and unwind. However, she feels tormented since her house is hot and the heat is driving her crazy. This leads to occasional headaches, nausea, dehydration, anxiety, and overthinking. Increasing her stress level. When she eventually falls asleep, she feels as if she was hit by a truck. The heat affected her sleep so badly that she could hardly rest. Right? What's the problem? She needs something to cool her down when she's at home. She wants to get an inverter AC installed, but it's out of her budget at the moment, and she's worried about high electricity bill. As the implication, she suffers in silence, occasionally exploding with anger and moodiness when she gets too warm. Need, payoff. She needs something to fill the gap on a hot day or night. She needs a portable mini AC that she can place by her bedside to cool her down without worrying about reflecting on her light. Without worrying about it reflecting on her light bill. So you see where I'm getting at now, right? Right. But we can't advertise like this, right? We're just trying to understand, empathize with her. So the Arctic Icebox, a portable mini AC features USB powered, large compartment for ice, multicolored mood light, tray for ice included, 3-speed fan. Usually when people advertise products, this is what they talk about, the features. But the customer doesn't care about the features. What they care about are the advantages and the benefits. So AC in your car, and we say, okay, we have this cool AC in your car. That doesn't say anything to the customer. I say, the AC is so cold, it'll make you feel like you're chilling in your freezer on a warm day. That's a very different statement. Yeah. So, you want to talk about advantages. Yeah. So you talk about advantages and benefits. So it can be plugged in any USB port. That's the advantage. You can place a large block of ice. You can set the mood light to any color you want. This prevents spilling when you move the unit. Modify the coolness based on temperature desired. These are the advantages. Still not the best. But when you get to the benefits now, you're talking our language. Low energy consumption. Same as smartphone and increases portability. You can plug in your laptop or even portable charger. Now you're talking. The larger the ice, the cooler it gets for a longer time before the ice needs replacement. 3.
You can set the mood to match match and color. You can set the mood to match the color that complements your room and help you relax. 5. Replace ice with ease without spilling. 5. Set the coolness to your desire. This is what you want to be speaking to the customer to, not features. So you have to translate the features to advantages and then benefits. And then we'll do a quick UPC test here. What's the utility? The Arctic Icebox cool your personal space better than any. A fan, since the ice cools, hydrates and humidifies the air. How does it fit our personality? Pots love new things for our home, especially things with a unique design that is also functional. How does it fit the culture? Persons in Jamaica are familiar with AC and how they work, but they have a fear that it will significantly increase their light bill for big units, and that small units do nothing but blow hot air and mash up in no time. So you have to pay attention to the culture and address it. If you just say AC for sale, you get what I mean? So there's a nice thing called LF8, Life Forces 8. People identify themselves with these things, and when you're going to write advertisement copy, you want to talk in terms of one of these things. So whether it is survival, enjoyment of life, or life extension, I've used that as my first target. Another product might have done well with enjoyment of food and beverages. Another product might have done well with freedom from fear, pain, and anger. I've used that as another target, as you see. Sexual companionship, that's why dating advice can sell millions. Right? Comfortable living conditions, I've used that as another target. To be superior, winning, keeping up with the Joneses, that's why the market sells so well in Jamaica. It's not, none of it is a coincidence now, whether we know it or not. Right? Care and protection of loved ones. I was speaking to the George avatar earlier with the air, the inflator product. Social approval. That's why luxury vehicles sell in Jamaica. That's why high-end imports sell as well. Right? So that's the LFA checklist. There's an interesting book called Cashvertising. Very good book if you want to. Cashvertising. Cashvertising, like advertising and cash. Very good book, and they speak more about these as well. Motherfucker, Virgin, who built his restaurant on that book alone, doing $2 million a month at the restaurant while working full time. Just on lessons like here and on the book, right? Cool. Headlines. So now I convert all of that information now to headlines. Are you experiencing constant headaches, nausea, dehydration, and sweating excessively? Believe it or not, the heat in your room may be contributing to it. Go on to our next headline. Feeling like you got run over by a truck when you wake, the heat in your room may be affecting your quality of sleep. To another one. Did you know that extreme heat can increase anxiety, stress, lowering your concentration, productivity, and even your rest? Now take all of these headlines and I write some video copy. These will do good on Facebook and Instagram. It might seem worthy, but for this market who like to read and like information, it works for them. Video copy. Are you experiencing constant headaches, dehydration, and tend to sweat constantly when home? Feel like you got run over by a truck when you wake at times? The heat may even be affecting your quality of life, increasing your anxiety and stress levels. This lowers your concentration and productivity in the days and robs you of much needed rest at night. I'm Stephen from Invenstor and I'm happy to present the mini icebox. Renamed the name because I realized the Arctic icebox was similar to other products, and it was pushing people away from the promotion. So mini icebox. Not a best name, I could have done a better name than that, but in the time we were. And people just call it icebox, so yeah. An air cooler that has helped many others cool down your personal space, creating a much better environment to work and rest.
Feel the difference instantly. It's portable so you can place it at your desk when working, at your bedside when it's time to rest. You may have heard about how home AC units burn a lot of current. Thankfully, with the mini icebox, you don't have to worry about a spike in your light bill. It takes the same amount of energy as your smartphone charging. As a matter of fact, it can be powered by your laptop or even a portable power bank. It works simply by placing a block of ice in the compartment. The cooling technology then mixes, and I'll leave this alone right here because this is just more information, like an infomercial. And then go to the call to action. All this for just $6,950 Jamaican dollars. Call or WhatsApp 435-8990 to reserve yours before they are finished. Trust me, it works. If you're in doubt, try it for 30 days and receive your money back if you're not 100% satisfied. What is this talking to? Way up here, which was a cultural aspect. Small units do nothing but blow hot air and mash up in no time. So it might not seem relevant, but it covers. Right. And then, but wait, there's more. Of course, that infomercial line. If you're buying 2 or more, ask for your mega discount and get them for the 6,500 each. Save while stock lasts. Call now, you deserve this comfort. And then what does that translate to? I'll just pull it up quickly. I'll just pull it up very quickly. Actually, need to wrap up. Yeah.
Wait, so that, yeah, this probably more in a seasonal thing though. One would make right over.
Straight true.
I will get that spike in my summer every time.
Yeah, but yeah, summer probably be going more.
Some I will keep. And you know the funny thing is, like there was such a large interest, and then when I had the little storm the other day, the interest dropped because the rain falling, everybody cold. So as soon as it start get hot again, you'll find that. So this is the ad, what it translated to. I don't know if there's audio in this. Maybe.
Did you know that the heat in your home can be the source of your constant headaches, dehydration, high stress levels, and anxiety? This slows your concentration and productivity in the days and robs you of much needed rest and nights. I'm Stephen from Invenstor. I'm happy to present a mini icebox, an air cooler that has helped many others cool down their personal space, creating a much better environment to work and rest. Feel the difference instantly. It's portable, so you can place it at your desk when working or at your bedside when it's time to rest. You may have heard that home AC units burn a lot of current. Thankfully, with the mini icebox, you don't have to worry about a spike in your light bill. It takes the same amount of energy as your smartphone charging. As a matter of fact, it can be powered by your laptop or even a portable power bank. It works simply by you placing a block of ice in the compartment, then setting the fan speed to that which you desire. The cooling technology then mixes the evaporating ice with the outside air, instantly transforming hot air into a cool, chill breeze, leaving your face feeling like you've been kissed by an angel. The calming mood light allows you to set the color to complement your interior, instantly increasing relaxation. All this for just $6,950. Call or WhatsApp 876-435-8990 to reserve yours now before they're finished. Trust me, it works. If you're in doubt, try for 30 days and receive your money back if you're not 100% satisfied. But wait, there's more. Ask for your mega discount and get them for $6,500 each if you're buying 2 or more units. Sale while stocks last. Call now. You deserve comfort.
Alright, so that is the ad. It's taking all of that and condensing it to that. So that's why you see so much females in the ad. That's why a lot of them look like women that fits that avatar. You get what I mean? So yeah, that's a lot of time got going to even these multi-million commercials. Sometimes a lot more than this, a lot more market testing. But when you start to do ads at this level, worse after testing and finding winning products, you win. You know. And the market is there. Yeah, man.
make a copy of this?
I can send a copy of this ad from the beginning to end and the video. It's just easier if I send it in the forum. So what I'll do is send everybody a link to the Invenstor platform so they can log in and log in the forum and everything, and then share resources. And you may start to look at infomercials differently after this. I know love infomercials, but one time I found them annoying. Now I look at them and try to figure out what's going on behind it. You know? And it's really interesting after you get to figure out how all of this works. You know? But yeah, I think that is us. But thanks everybody for coming. It was an amazing session. I do think we were going to do great things. We're going to do really good things. And I think now is just the best opportunity to be in this space. Especially here in Jamaica. Especially here. And don't ever think that money isn't in Jamaica.
Anybody do that?
There's a lot, and you'd be surprised. I don't really look at premium products to think about, because the expensive high class businesses come and go. The businesses that will always forever be in Jamaica is those businesses that cater to the everyday man. Exactly. There's a very large gap between those who have it and those who don't. But a lot of people, the majority, don't have it. But they need products and services. Cater to them and you'll never be out of business.
And they are probably more loyal.
Yeah, they are.